dust in the air, boots on the floor, and a menu that might just turn your stomach. Tonight, step inside the swinging doors of an 1800s Western saloon, not for a shootout, but for supper. From fried rattlesnake to sour whiskey and mystery stew, we uncover what hungry cowboys, gold miners, and outlaws actually ate after sundown. Spoiler alert, it wasn't all beans and bourbon. If strange meals and softly told stories from the Wild West help you unwind, then you've pulled up to the right table. Subscribe now and hit the bell icon to keep discovering the dusty, forgotten details of history, served warm and slow, one sleepy night at a time. Before we continue, I'd love to know, where are you listening from and what time is it for you right now? It's always amazing to see how far our quiet little stories are reaching. In the 1800s American West, a saloon was far more than a simple drinking establishment. It served as a community center, a political forum, a business hub, and, most relevant to our current exploration, a dining establishment where weary travelers and local residents could find sustenance. While the romanticized depictions of Western saloons in films and literature often focus on the whiskey-soaked bar fights and high-stakes poker games, the culinary history of these establishments tells a more nuanced, practical, and ultimately more realistic story of daily life on the frontier. As you step through the swinging doors of a typical Western saloon from the 1860s to the 1890s, your nose would immediately register a complex bouquet of aromas. The sharp tang of whiskey and tobacco smoke would mingle with the more homely scents of simmering stews, freshly baked bread, and perhaps the distinct aroma of coffee boiling on a cast-iron stove. These olfactory cues hinted at the fundamental role saloons played in frontier nutrition, not merely dispensing alcohol, but providing often the only reliable source of prepared food in many remote settlements. The standard fare offered in Western saloons varied considerably based on geography, available ingredients, and the establishment's clientele. However, certain offerings were ubiquitous enough to be considered staples of the saloon dining experience. Perhaps the most common menu item was the free lunch, a practice that began in the 1830s and flourished throughout the century, particularly in mining towns and cattle settlements, where competition among drinking establishments was fierce. Despite its name, the free lunch was not truly free. It operated on a simple principle. Saloon proprietors would offer a spread of food at no apparent charge, with the understanding that patrons would purchase drinks while eating. This business model proved remarkably effective, as the salty, spicy foods served typically encouraged greater liquid consumption, ensuring the saloon keeper turned a profit despite the seeming generosity of the offering. A typical free lunch spread in a modestly successful Western saloon might include sliced bread, cold cuts of meat, often locally produced ham, beef, or game, pickled eggs, sardines, potted meats, crackers, cheese, and various pickled vegetables. More prosperous establishments in larger settlements might supplement these basics with hot dishes, such as beans, stews, or soups, kept warm on the back of the stove throughout the day. The quality and quantity of these offerings directly reflected the saloon's standing in the community and its financial health. A struggling establishment might offer little more than stale bread and questionably preserved meats, while a thriving saloon in a boomtown could present elaborate spreads that rivaled proper restaurants. In San Francisco's more elegant establishments during the height of the gold rush, free lunches reportedly included oysters, roast beef, turkey, and an array of imported delicacies designed to attract wealthy miners and businessmen. For the average frontier resident, however, saloon fare tended toward the practical rather than the luxurious. Beans featured prominently on Western saloon menus, serving as an inexpensive, filling protein source that could be prepared in large quantities and kept warm for extended periods. The cowboy bean pot, a large vessel of pinto or navy beans simmered with salt pork, onions, and whatever seasonings were available, was a fixture in many establishments, particularly in cattle towns where cowboys would arrive hungry after long drives. Bean masters developed considerable reputations in some communities, with particular saloons becoming known for the quality of their bean preparations. Some establishments kept their bean pots simmering continuously, adding fresh ingredients to the existing batch rather than starting anew, a practice that old-timers insisted improved the flavor, though modern food safety experts might regard it with horror. Beyond beans, stews represented another practical and popular offering. These one-pot meals combined available meats with vegetables and starches, creating hearty, filling dishes that could feed many with relatively little effort. Game stews featuring rabbit, venison, or buffalo were common in frontier regions, while beef or mutton dominated in areas with established ranching operations. The composition of these stews was dictated largely by local availability rather than strict culinary tradition. A stew might contain potatoes, carrots, and onions in regions where these vegetables were cultivated, while in more remote areas, it might rely heavily on preserved ingredients like dried beans, salt pork, and whatever wild plants could be foraged nearby. Seasonings were typically limited to salt, pepper, and perhaps dried herbs, as more exotic spices were expensive and difficult to obtain in frontier settlements. Bread served as the essential accompaniment to these main dishes, providing necessary calories and helping to stretch more expensive protein sources. Sourdough bread held particular importance in Western saloon cuisine, especially in mining regions. The sourdough starter, a fermented mixture of flour and water containing wild yeasts and bacteria, could be maintained indefinitely with proper care, allowing for reliable bread production without commercial yeast, which was often unavailable in remote locations. Many prospectors and miners carried their sourdough starters with them as they moved between settlements, treating these cultures with remarkable care, sometimes even sleeping with the starter bags inside their clothing during cold weather to keep the yeasts active. Saloons in mining regions often maintained their own sourdough cultures, with the distinct flavor profile of a particular establishment's bread becoming a point of pride and differentiation. For those saloons catering to a more affluent clientele, or located in better established communities with reliable supply chains, the menu might expand to include more elaborate offerings. Steaks, chops, and roasted meats appeared on the menus of larger establishments, particularly in cattle towns, where fresh beef was readily available. These items were typically prepared simply, heavily salted, perhaps peppered, and cooked over high heat in cast iron skillets or on grills above the kitchen fire. The quality of meat served in Western saloons could vary dramatically. In remote, mining camps during winter months, patrons might find themselves chewing on tough, stringy beef from worn-out oxen that had pulled supply wagons until they could work no longer and were slaughtered out of necessity. Meanwhile, in towns situated near ranching operations, the beef might be remarkably fresh and tender, coming from young cattle selected specifically for consumption. Game meats featured prominently on saloon menus in regions where hunting remained productive. Venison, elk, buffalo until their near extinction in the late 19th century, wild turkey, duck, and various small game animals supplemented domesticated meat sources. These wild proteins often appeared in stews or heavily seasoned preparations that could mask any strong flavors resulting from improper field dressing or extended hanging times. Eggs represented another important protein source in saloon cuisine. When available, fresh eggs might be fried or scrambled for morning customers, while preserved eggs, pickled in brine or vinegar solutions, became a standard offering on free lunch counters. These pickled eggs, often deeply stained purple from the addition of beet juice to the pickling solution, could be stored without refrigeration for extended periods, making them ideal for frontier food service. Fish and seafood appeared on saloon menus in coastal regions and along major waterways, though preservation challenges limited their availability in inland areas. Salted cod, pickled herring, and canned sardines provided protein alternatives in many establishments, while saloons in San Francisco and other port cities might offer fresh oysters, clams, and locally caught fish to their patrons. The vegetable selection in Western saloons was typically limited by seasonal and geographical constraints. Root vegetables like potatoes, carrots, and onions featured prominently as they stored well without refrigeration. Cabbage also appeared, frequently either fresh when in season or in the form of sauerkraut, which provided a welcome source of acidity and vitamins during winter months when fresh produce was unavailable. In mining camps and other remote settlements, fresh vegetables might be entirely absent from saloon menus for months at a time, particularly during winter. Canned vegetables began to appear more frequently in the latter half of the 19th century as commercial canning operations expanded, though their quality was often questionable by modern standards. Dried vegetables, including beans, peas, and corn, provided necessary nutrients when fresh options were unavailable. The preparation methods employed in Western saloon kitchens reflected the practical constraints of frontier cooking. Wood, or coal-fired stoves, served as the primary cooking apparatus, providing a consistent heat source for stews, soups, and baked goods. Cast iron cookware dominated these kitchens, valued for its durability and heat retention. Large pots allowed for volume cooking, while skillets handled frying tasks from breakfast eggs to evening steaks. The culinary professionals responsible for saloon fare rarely possessed formal training. More often, they were individuals who had developed cooking skills through necessity, former chuck wagon cooks, military mess cooks, or women who had previously managed household kitchens. Their approach to food preparation emphasized practicality, minimizing waste, and stretching ingredients to feed as many as possible with available resources. Portion sizes in Western saloons typically exceeded modern restaurant standards, reflecting the physical demands of frontier life and the reality that many patrons might be eating their only substantial meal of the day. A plate of beans and bread or a bowl of stew would be served in quantities that would seem overwhelming to contemporary diners, providing the calories necessary for physical labor in challenging conditions. The scheduling of meals in Western saloons followed practical patterns rather than strict timetables. Early morning offerings might be available for miners heading to their claims or cowboys starting their day's work. The free lunch typically appeared around midday and remained available into the afternoon. Evening meals, when offered, generally consisted of heartier fare designed to sustain patrons through the night, particularly important in mining towns, where shift work meant people might be beginning their workday as others ended theirs. For many frontier residents, the saloon provided their primary source of prepared food, serving as a de facto restaurant in communities too small or undeveloped to support dedicated eating establishments. Single men, who comprised a significant percentage of the population in mining camps and cattle towns, relied heavily on saloon meals, lacking both the equipment and skills to prepare food for themselves in their rudimentary accommodations. This dependence on saloon fare created interesting social dynamics around food service in Western communities. The quality of a saloon's offerings could determine its standing in the community as much as the quality of its liquor or gambling arrangements. Establishments that consistently provided decent food at fair prices became community institutions, while those serving questionable fare might find themselves struggling for patronage regardless of other amenities. The economic model underpinning saloon food service operated on thin margins, with proprietors carefully balancing food costs against anticipated beverage sales. Inexpensive, filling staples like beans, bread, and stews allowed for profitable operation even when serving substantial portions. The free lunch model, in particular, represented a sophisticated understanding of consumer psychology, using apparent generosity to drive more profitable alcohol consumption. As you consider the typical menu of an 1800s Western saloon, it's important to recognize that these establishments provided far more than simple sustenance. They offered community gathering spaces where information could be exchanged, business conducted, and social bonds formed over shared meals. The saloon table, as much as the bar itself, served as the heart of many frontier communities, a place where strangers became neighbors and isolated individuals found connection. But what about the quality and safety of this saloon fare? In an era before food safety regulations, health inspections, or modern understanding of foodborne illness, how did these establishments manage to feed their patrons without regular disasters? And what happened to saloon food offerings as the frontier gradually transformed into settled communities with more diverse dining options? The quality and safety of food served in Western saloons during the 1800s existed in a regulatory void that would astonish modern diners. Without health departments, food safety standards, or regular inspections, the quality of saloon fare depended almost entirely on the knowledge, diligence, and ethics of individual proprietors and cooks. This unregulated environment created wide variations in food safety practices, even among establishments operating in the same community. For patrons of these establishments, eating saloon food required a certain level of trust, or perhaps desperation, particularly in remote settlements where alternatives were non-existent. Contemporary accounts suggest that food poisoning was not uncommon, though rarely documented as such given the limited medical knowledge of the era. Stomach complaints, intestinal distress, and periodic fevers were often attributed to general ill health, climate conditions, or moral failings rather than contaminated food. The preservation methods employed for saloon foodstuffs reflected the technological limitations of the period. Without reliable refrigeration in most locations, keeping food safe presented significant challenges, particularly during warmer months. Saloons employed various traditional preservation techniques, many dating back centuries, to extend the usability of perishable ingredients. Salt preservation ranked among the most common methods for meat storage. Beef, pork, and game might be heavily salted to draw out moisture and create an environment inhospitable to many bacteria. The resulting product, tough, extremely salty, and bearing little resemblance to fresh meat, required extensive soaking and cooking to become palatable. Despite these drawbacks, salt-preserved meats provided crucial protein when fresh options were unavailable. Smoking represented another important preservation technique, particularly for pork products and certain game meats. The smoking process, when properly executed, created chemical compounds that deterred bacterial growth while imparting distinctive flavors. Smoked hams, bacon, and sausages became staples of saloon cuisine, appearing in everything from morning breakfast plates to evening stews and the ubiquitous free lunch spreads. Pickling extended the usability of numerous foods that would otherwise spoil quickly. Eggs, vegetables, and even some meats were submerged in vinegar solutions, sometimes with the addition of salt, sugar, and spices. The resulting acidity created an environment where many harmful bacteria could not thrive, while also imparting characteristic tangy flavors that became an expected element of frontier cuisine. Drying, perhaps the oldest preservation method, found extensive application in Western saloon kitchens. Beans, corn, apples, and various other plant foods were dried for long-term storage, while jerked, or dried meats, provided protein that could be transported and stored without refrigeration. These dried ingredients required rehydration before use, typically through extended soaking followed by slow cooking to restore palatability. Despite these preservation methods, food safety remained precarious. Records from the period contain numerous references to tainted meat, turned dairy products, and other euphemisms for spoiled food being served in less reputable establishments. The practice of covering questionable ingredients with heavy seasonings or strong sauces to mask deterioration was common enough to merit mention in several pioneer memoirs and traveller accounts. Water safety presented another significant concern for saloon operations. In many frontier settlements, water sources were compromised by mining activities, inadequate sewage management, and general contamination. Saloons often relied on wells located on their properties, but water quality varied dramatically and contamination was common. This reality partly explains the preference for boiled beverages like coffee and tea, as well as the popularity of alcohol itself, processes that reduce the risk of waterborne illness. Coffee deserves special mention as a staple of Western saloon menus throughout the 19th century. Prepared in large quantities and kept hot throughout the day, coffee provided a safer alternative to potentially contaminated water while delivering caffeine that counteracted some effects of alcohol consumption. The typical saloon coffee bore little resemblance to modern preparations. It was extraordinarily strong, frequently bitter from extended heating, and often adulterated with various substances to extend the expensive coffee beans. Arbuckle's became the most recognized coffee brand in the West, with its pre-roasted beans packaged in 1-pound bags sold in general stores and supplied to saloons throughout the frontier. The distinctive feature of Arbuckle's coffee, a sugar and egg glaze applied during roasting, helped preserve freshness during long transportation and storage periods, a crucial consideration in regions where resupply might occur seasonally rather than weekly. Coffee preparation in Western saloons followed practical patterns that prioritized volume and efficiency over nuanced flavor profiles. The typical method involved placing grounds directly into large pots of boiling water, allowing the mixture to boil vigorously for several minutes, then removing it from direct heat. The grounds would eventually settle to the bottom, though drinkers learned to sip cautiously to avoid getting a mouthful of sediment. Some establishments employed cloth filters or metal sieves to produce a cleaner cup, though this was not universal practice. The quality of coffee served often served as a barometer for an establishment's overall standards. A saloon that maintained reasonably fresh coffee throughout the day likely paid similar attention to other culinary details, while an operation serving burned bitter dregs probably cut corners elsewhere as well. Regular patrons developed keen awareness of these quality indicators, using them to gauge which establishments deserved their continued patronage. As settlements grew and supply lines improved, the variety and quality of saloon food offerings typically expanded in tandem. Establishments in larger towns began to differentiate themselves through culinary specialties, sometimes employing cooks with specific ethnic backgrounds who introduced their traditional dishes to frontier communities. Chinese cooks became particularly common in Western saloons during the latter half of the 19th century, bringing elements of their cuisine into otherwise standard American fare. These Chinese cooks, often men who had originally come to America for mining or railroad work, adapted their culinary techniques to available ingredients and Western tastes while introducing new flavors and cooking methods. Their influence appeared most notably in the more complex seasoning of stews and soups, the introduction of stir-frying techniques for quick-cooked dishes, and occasionally the inclusion of rice as an alternative to the ubiquitous bread and potatoes of standard frontier fare. Mexican influences similarly shaped saloon cuisine in the Southwest territories and states. Chili con carne, frijoles, beans prepared with Mexican seasonings, and various tortilla-based dishes appeared on menus in Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, and Southern California. These offerings reflected both the cultural heritage of the regions and the practical advantages of Mexican cooking techniques, which effectively utilized local ingredients and preserved foods through distinctive spicing patterns. European immigrants also contributed to the culinary landscape of Western saloons, particularly in areas with concentrated ethnic settlements. German influences appeared in the form of sausages, sauerkraut, and distinctive bread styles. Scandinavian preparations shaped menus in Minnesota and the Dakotas. Italian flavors emerged in California saloons, especially following increased migration after the Gold Rush period. The integration of these diverse culinary traditions into saloon fare rarely constituted fusion cuisine in the modern sense. Rather, it represented practical adaptation to available ingredients, customer preferences, and the skills of available cooks. The resulting dishes might bear only passing resemblance to their authentic origins, modified to accommodate both supply constraints and the generally conservative palates of frontier patrons. As the century progressed, technological developments gradually transformed food service capabilities in Western saloons. The expansion of railroads dramatically improved supply chains, allowing more frequent delivery of fresh and specialty ingredients to previously isolated communities. A saloon that might previously have relied almost exclusively on preserved foods during winter months could, by the 1880s and 1890s, potentially offer fresh vegetables, fruits, and meats year-round if located near a rail line. Refrigeration technology, though primitive by modern standards, began to appear in more established Western communities during the latter decades of the 19th century. Ice houses stored winter ice cut from frozen lakes and rivers, providing limited refrigeration capabilities during warmer months. Some larger saloons in prosperous towns invested in ice boxes, insulated cabinets where blocks of ice cooled storage, compartments extending the usability of perishable ingredients. Canned goods revolutionized frontier food service as the technology improved and production scaled up in the post-Civil War period. Early canning suffered from quality and safety issues, with lead solder and improper processing causing both contamination and spoilage. By the 1870s and 1880s, however, more reliable canning methods made preserved vegetables, fruits, and even meats increasingly available to Western saloons, diversifying their culinary offerings regardless of season or local agricultural conditions. Kitchen equipment also evolved as manufacturing capabilities expanded westward. Cast iron remained the dominant cookware material, but more specialized tools became available to larger establishments. Steam tables, heated cabinets that kept prepared foods at safe serving temperatures, began to appear in more prosperous saloons, allowing for more varied menu offerings than the traditional stew pot could accommodate. Larger ovens, mechanical, coffee grinders, and other specialized equipment gradually transformed the capabilities of saloon kitchens in established communities. The economic model of saloon food service underwent parallel evolution as the frontier developed. The free lunch remained a standard offering in many establishments, but additional revenue-generating food options became increasingly common. Set meals at fixed prices, the precursors to modern restaurant service, appeared on saloon menus, particularly in establishments catering to more affluent clientele or located in communities with substantial female patronage, who might visit for meals while avoiding the stigma associated with drinking at the bar. Pricing structures for these meals reflected the substantial overhead costs associated with frontier food service. Transportation expenses for ingredients, fuel costs for cooking, and wages for kitchen staff created considerable financial pressure on operators. A typical plate dinner in an 1880s Western saloon might cost between 25 and 50 cents, representing several hours' wages for an average laborer. This relatively high cost explains the continued popularity of the free lunch model, which offered basic sustenance at no apparent charge beyond the price of required drinks. The physical arrangement of dining spaces within Western saloons varied according to the establishment's size, prosperity, and target clientele. The simplest operations might offer only a free lunch counter positioned near the bar, where standing patrons could fill a plate while maintaining their place in the drinking and socializing area. More developed establishments might feature separate dining rooms or dedicated table sections where seated meals could be consumed in somewhat more refined surroundings. These dedicated dining areas often represented attempts to accommodate a broader clientele, including women and families who might patronize the food service while avoiding direct exposure to the drinking and gambling activities. By the 1880s and 1890s, some larger establishments effectively operated as combination saloon restaurants, with distinct spaces for different activities and clientele, though food preparation typically occurred in a single kitchen serving all areas. The service style in Western saloon dining spaces reflected practical considerations rather than formal dining traditions. Table service, when offered, tended toward the utilitarian, with minimal ceremony or elaborate presentation. Plates arrived laden with generous portions, and courses, if they existed at all, followed simple progression from soups or starters to main dishes. The European service traditions that characterized fine dining in eastern cities rarely appeared even in the most upscale Western establishments during this period. Tableware similarly emphasized function over refinement in most establishments. Heavy ceramic plates and mugs designed to withstand rough handling and frequent use dominated table settings. Metal utensils, typically steel rather than silver, except in the most exclusive establishments, provided the necessary functionality without excessive cost. Glassware tended towards sturdy, thick-walled designs that could survive the boisterous environment of frontier dining rooms. For the cooks and kitchen workers preparing saloon meals, working conditions ranged from merely challenging to genuinely hazardous. Kitchen ventilation was typically inadequate by modern standards, with wood or coal-fired stoves producing significant heat and smoke in confined spaces. Burns, cuts, and heat exhaustion represented occupational hazards, while the physical demands of food preparation without mechanical assistance, kneading bread dough, stirring large pots, and lifting heavy cookware, resulted in chronic physical ailments for many long-serving kitchen staff. Hours for kitchen workers typically exceeded those of modern food service employees by considerable margins. In establishments serving meals throughout the day, cooks might work 14 to 16-hour shifts, beginning before dawn to prepare breakfast offerings and continuing until late evening when the last dinner orders were completed. These punishing schedules, combined with the physical demands of the work, contributed to the high turnover rates common in frontier food service operations. Despite these challenging conditions, saloon food service provided crucial employment opportunities in frontier communities, particularly for immigrants, women, especially widows, and individuals lacking specialized skills or formal education. The position of saloon cook, while demanding, often offered better compensation and more stable employment than many alternative occupations available in developing Western settlements. As Western communities transitioned from frontier outposts to established towns and cities, the role of saloons in the broader food service landscape gradually evolved. Dedicated restaurants became more common, offering specialized menus and dining environments focused primarily on food rather than alcohol or gambling. Hotels expanded their dining operations, catering to travelers and local residents seeking more refined culinary experiences than typical saloons provided. Yet even as these alternatives emerged, many saloons maintained and even expanded their food service operations, recognizing the valuable role that dining played in attracting and retaining regular patronage. By offering meals alongside drinks, gambling, and social interaction, saloons created a comprehensive entertainment and service environment that continued to appeal to significant segments of Western populations well into the late 19th century. But how did the actual experience of consuming these meals differ from modern dining? What were the social customs, etiquette expectations, and communal aspects of saloon dining that shaped the experience beyond mere nutritional considerations? And how did these establishments manage the practical challenges of large-scale food service in environments designed primarily for drinking and gambling rather than dining? The actual experience of consuming a meal in an 1800s Western saloon differed dramatically from modern restaurant dining in both physical environment and social convention. The atmosphere in which you would have eaten combined elements familiar from contemporary bars with aspects that would seem entirely foreign to modern diners, creating a distinctive sensory and social experience unique to its time and place. The physical environment itself established the first significant contrast with modern dining establishments. Unlike today's restaurants with their carefully controlled climate, a typical Western saloon offered minimal environmental regulation. In summer, these spaces could become oppressively hot, with wood or coal stoves continuing to operate for cooking purposes despite the temperature. Doors and windows might be propped open for cross-ventilation, but this brought dust, insects, and street noise along with any cooling breezes. Winter conditions presented the opposite challenge, with drafty buildings, inadequate insulation, and limited heating creating cold spots and temperature variations throughout the space. Patrons often kept their coats on while dining during colder months, and seating preferences strongly favored locations near the stove or fireplace. This environmental variability, taken for granted by contemporary patrons, but startling to modern sensibilities, formed the backdrop for every meal consumed in these establishments. The olfactory landscape of a Western saloon would similarly challenge contemporary expectations. Multiple powerful odors competed for dominance in these spaces: tobacco smoke from pipes, cigars, and hand-rolled cigarettes, spilled beer and spirits, unwashed bodies in an era when regular bathing was not universal practice, cooking aromas from the kitchen, and the particular scents associated with whatever industrial or agricultural activities dominated the local economy. This complex aromatic environment meant that food flavors were experienced differently than in modern dining settings. Strong seasonings and distinctive tastes could register through the competing sensory inputs, while subtle flavors might be entirely lost. This reality partly explains the preference for boldly flavored, heavily seasoned dishes in many saloon kitchens. Such preparations could make an impression even in challenging sensory conditions. The auditory environment similarly shaped the dining experience in ways unfamiliar to modern restaurant patrons. A constant din of conversation, occasional bursts of laughter or argument, the clicking of gambling paraphernalia, the piano player in more established establishments, and the general sounds of glasses, plates, and utensils created a soundscape that required raised voices for conversation and contributed to a generally energetic atmosphere, even during meal services. Lighting conditions in Western saloons created another distinctive aspect of the dining experience. During daylight hours, windows provided natural illumination, though many establishments featured relatively few or small windows for security reasons, and due to the expense of glass on the frontier. Evening dining occurred under the illumination of oil lamps, candles, or in more prosperous later-century establishments, gas lighting. This relatively dim lighting environment, far darker than modern restaurant dining rooms, influenced everything, from food appearance to the social dynamics of shared meals. The physical arrangement for dining reflected both practical considerations and the multifunctional nature of saloon spaces. The simplest establishments might offer only a free lunch counter, where patrons stood while quickly consuming their food before returning to drinking, gambling, or socializing. More developed operations typically featured tables of varying sizes, often simple wooden constructions designed for durability rather than comfort or aesthetics. Seating arrangements followed practical patterns rather than formal dining conventions. You would likely find yourself sharing table space with strangers during busy periods, as maximizing seating capacity took precedence over privacy or personal space considerations. This communal seating arrangement fostered a distinctive social environment where conversations between previously unacquainted individuals developed naturally around shared meals. The actual process of ordering and receiving food in a Western saloon followed patterns that would seem surprisingly informal to modern restaurant patrons. In many establishments, no printed menus existed. The daily offerings would be announced verbally by staff or listed on a chalkboard if the establishment was sufficiently sophisticated. Regular patrons often didn't formally order at all, simply taking seats and receiving whatever standard offering the kitchen had prepared for that meal service. Service styles emphasized efficiency over ceremony. Food typically arrived on heavy stoneware plates designed to withstand rough handling and frequent washing. Portion sizes, as previously noted, tended toward the extremely generous by modern standards, particularly for high-calorie staples like beans, potatoes, and bread that could be produced at relatively low cost. Table settings remained minimal in most establishments. Basic utensils, perhaps a shared salt cellar and pepper pot, occasionally a bottle of vinegar or generic sauce for seasoning adjustment. Napkins were rare in simpler operations, with patrons using handkerchiefs or simply wiping hands on clothing when necessary. More established saloons serving wealthier clientele might provide proper table linens and more extensive place settings, but such refinements remain the exception rather than the rule in most Western communities. The etiquette governing saloon dining behavior differed substantially from both formal Victorian dining customs and modern restaurant expectations. Speed constituted a notable characteristic of frontier dining. Meals were often consumed rapidly, with conversation occurring around, rather than during actual eating. This efficiency reflected both the limited comfort of saloon seating and the reality that many patrons had pressing work obligations that prevented leisurely dining. Certain behavioral standards nonetheless applied, particularly in the more established saloons of larger settlements. Hats were typically removed while eating, though not necessarily while drinking at the bar. Excessive noise or disruptive behavior, specifically during meal service, might draw correction from staff or other patrons, even in establishments where considerable rowdiness was tolerated during regular drinking hours. These distinctions reflected the community's recognition of meals as somewhat more formal social occasions than standard barroom activities. Payment practices for saloon meals followed several models depending on the establishment and meal type. The free lunch, as previously discussed, operated on the implicit understanding that sufficient drink purchases would accompany food consumption. Set meals typically required immediate payment upon ordering or completion, with running tabs generally limited to established local customers known to the proprietor. Tipping was not a standard practice in most Western saloons during this period. Kitchen staff received wages directly from the establishment rather than relying on gratuities. In some operations, particularly those with separate dining rooms and dedicated serving staff, small tips might be offered for exceptional service, but the formalized tipping expectations of modern American restaurants had not yet developed in frontier food service. The social function of saloon dining extended far beyond mere nutritional sustenance. For many frontier residents, particularly single men living in boarding houses, residential hotels, or crude private accommodations without cooking facilities, the saloon provided the primary location for regular meals consumed in a communal setting. This dining arrangement created social connections that helped integrate newcomers into communities and maintained relational networks among established residents. Information exchange represented another crucial function of communal saloon dining. News from other settlements, reports on local conditions and opportunities, political developments, and practical knowledge all circulated during these shared meals. In communities without regular newspapers or with high illiteracy rates, this oral information distribution system provided an essential community service, with the saloon dining table serving as the central node in local communication networks. Business. Transactions frequently occurred during saloon meals, with the relatively neutral territory of the dining area providing appropriate settings for everything from simple bartering arrangements to complex financial negotiations. Unlike the bar itself, which might be considered inappropriate for certain types of business discussions, The dining section of many saloons functioned effectively as informal business centers, particularly in communities lacking dedicated office spaces or meeting rooms. The gendered aspects of saloon dining created notable variations in the social experience. While the bar itself remained predominantly male space throughout most of the century, in most Western communities, dining areas often operated under somewhat different social conventions. Women, particularly those accompanied by male family members or in groups, might patronize the dining facilities of more respectable establishments, especially those with separated eating areas distinct from the main bar room. This practice became increasingly common in the latter decades of the 19th century as Western communities matured and Victorian social norms gradually extended their influence across the frontier. Many establishments responded to this evolution by developing physically separated dining rooms or creating screened areas where female patrons could eat without being visible from the main bar, allowing for broader customer demographics while maintaining the gender segregation considered appropriate for the period. Children occasionally appeared in saloon dining areas as well, though practices varied widely based on local customs and the specific nature of individual establishments. Family meals in saloon dining rooms became more common in established communities, where these businesses had evolved into multi-purpose establishments rather than primarily drinking venues. This gradual inclusion of family dining represented one aspect of the frontier saloon's eventual transformation into more diverse hospitality businesses as the West developed. Seasonal variations significantly influenced the saloon dining experience throughout the year. Summer brought fresh local produce to many establishments, with menus expanding to incorporate newly available ingredients. Winter typically meant greater reliance on preserved foods with corresponding shifts in flavor profiles and dish compositions. These seasonal rhythms created anticipation for particular offerings that might be available only during specific periods, much as modern diners might look forward to seasonal menu changes in contemporary restaurants. Special occasions prompted distinctive variations in standard saloon fare, with holidays and community celebrations often marked by expanded or enhanced food offerings. Christmas, Thanksgiving, and Independence Day typically saw special effort devoted to providing more elaborate meals, even in remote locations. These holiday spreads served important community functions, providing opportunities for shared celebration and temporary elevation of everyday dining into more festive experiences. The gradual formalization of saloon dining toward the end of the 19th century reflected broader social and economic changes sweeping through Western communities. As populations stabilized, gender ratios became more balanced, and Victorian middle-class values extended their influence. Many establishments evolved their food service operations to accommodate changing expectations and capture emerging market segments. This evolution manifested in several ways: physically separate dining rooms with more refined furnishings and table settings, expanded menu offerings including more elaborate preparations, service staff dedicated specifically to the outfield dining operation rather than splitting duties with bar service, and in some cases, separate entrances allowing female patrons to access dining areas without passing through bar spaces considered inappropriate for respectable women. By the 1890s, these developments had transformed food service in many Western saloons into operations that more closely resembled modern restaurants, though still typically connected to drinking establishments. This transitional period represented the bridge between the rough and ready frontier saloon dining of mid-century and the more formalized restaurant industry that would develop fully in the early 20th century. The legacy of Western saloon food service extends beyond its historical moment, influencing American dining culture in ways that continue to resonate. The emphasis on generous portions, hearty preparations, and unpretentious presentation, characteristic of saloon fare, established patterns that would become standard in American restaurant traditions. The practical fusion of diverse culinary influences, European, Asian, Mexican, and Native American, foreshadowed the eclectic adaptability that would characterize much of American cooking. Even the physical environment of casual American dining shows the influence of this heritage, with many contemporary establishments deliberately evoking elements of frontier saloons in their design and atmosphere. The long communal tables, open kitchens, and emphasis on socializing alongside eating that characterize many modern casual dining concepts owe at least some conceptual debt to the communal dining traditions of Western saloons. As you reflect on the typical dining experience in an 1800s Western saloon, it becomes apparent that these establishments provided far more than simple sustenance or dining convenience. They offered essential community spaces where diverse populations could gather around the fundamental human activity of sharing food. The saloon table served as equalizer and integrator in rapidly developing communities, providing common ground, where individuals from widely varying backgrounds could participate in shared customs, while building the networks necessary for frontier survival and eventual community development. In this function, creating community through communal dining in often challenging circumstances, the Western saloon established a distinctly American approach to public food service that balanced practicality with sociability, serving both physical needs and the equally important human requirement for connection. This legacy continues to influence American dining culture, reminding us that restaurants have always been about more than food alone. They provide essential spaces for the social interactions that build and maintain communities. The daily fare of Western saloons, in its practical adaptability and unpretentious presentation, reflected the broader spirit of frontier communities themselves, focused on function over form, valuing substance over appearance, and creating workable solutions with available resources, rather than lamenting what might be lacking. In this sense, the humble bean pot simmering on a saloon stove represented not just a practical food solution, but a manifestation of the pragmatic innovation that characterized the American Western experience. While food provided sustenance for the body in Western saloons, it was the liquid offerings that gave these establishments their primary identity and social function in frontier communities. The evolution of beverages served across saloon bars throughout the 1800s reveals much about the development of the American West itself, reflecting changes in transportation infrastructure, technological capabilities, social attitudes, and the gradual transformation of rough frontier outposts into established communities with more diverse populations and refined tastes. As you step up to the bar in an early frontier saloon, perhaps in a mining camp of the 1850s or a newly established railroad town of the 1860s, the beverage options available would strike you as remarkably limited compared to modern expectations. The primitive supply chains, rudimentary preservation methods, and basic serving equipment of these early establishments created significant constraints on what could be practically offered to thirsty patrons. Whiskey dominated these early saloon environments, though the substance served under this name often bore little resemblance to what modern consumers would recognize as proper whiskey. In the most remote or newly established communities, the whiskey might be little more than raw alcohol, sometimes industrial alcohol, rather than properly distilled spirits, diluted with water and colored with tea, tobacco juice, or various additives to approximate the appearance of aged whiskey. This concoction, sometimes called tarantula juice, tanglefoot, or other colorful names by those familiar with its dubious origins, could be produced quickly without aging and transported efficiently as concentrated alcohol before dilution. At the serving location, the hazards associated with these adulterated spirits were substantial and widely recognized by contemporary consumers. Descriptions from the period frequently mention additions of ingredients that would horrify modern drinkers: red pepper to simulate the burn of higher proof spirits, tobacco for color, and additional intoxicating effects. even potentially toxic substances like strychnine in small quantities to provide extra kick to inferior products. The term "rot gut" originated from the very real intestinal distress these beverages could cause, while the expression "blind drunk" referred not just to extreme intoxication, but to the temporary or sometimes permanent vision problems that could result from methanol contamination in poorly produced spirits. Despite these dangers, economic necessity and limited alternatives kept such beverages in circulation throughout much of the century, particularly in remote locations where transportation costs made quality products prohibitively expensive. Patrons developed various strategies for mitigating the risks associated with these questionable spirits. Many insisted on watching their drinks being poured from the same bottle serving other customers, rather than accepting pre-poured beverages that might contain even more dubious substitutes. Others learned to identify the particular signs of dangerous additives, unusual viscosity, strange sediments, or distinctive odors beyond the expected scent of alcohol. In more established communities, with better supply connections, genuine distilled products gradually became the standard rather than the exception. Kentucky whiskey, in particular, developed strong market penetration across the Western territories as transportation networks improved following the Civil War. Brands like Old Crow, Old Tailor, and later Jack Daniel's established reputations for reliability that made them sought-after products even in remote locations where consumers might willingly pay premium prices for the assurance of unadulterated spirits. The serving methods for whiskey and other spirits reflected the practical constraints of frontier bars. Glassware was expensive, fragile, and difficult to transport to remote locations without breakage. Early saloons often utilized a limited number of shared glasses that would be cursorily rinsed between users, a practice that horrifies modern sensibilities aware of disease transmission but represented standard procedure in an era before germ theory gained widespread acceptance. Standard serving sizes differed from modern practice as well. While precise measurements were rarely employed, the typical frontier whiskey pour, colorfully known as a finger or 2 fingers in reference to the height of liquid in the glass, generally exceeded modern serving sizes significantly. Prices reflected both the cost of transporting spirits to remote locations and the purchasing power of local clientele. In mining communities during boom periods, a single drink might cost up to $1, representing several hours' wages for an average laborer in other regions. Beer, the second major category of alcoholic beverage served in Western saloons, underwent particularly dramatic evolution throughout the 19th century. In the earliest frontier establishments, beer was often entirely unavailable due to the significant challenges involved in its production, transportation, and preservation. Unlike distilled spirits, beer could not be concentrated for efficient shipping and required careful handling to prevent spoilage. When available in early saloons, beer was typically provided in several basic forms. Some establishments served locally produced steam beer, a hybrid style developed in California that could ferment at higher temperatures without refrigeration, making it practical for frontier brewing operations lacking sophisticated cooling equipment. This beer typically had relatively low alcohol content, limited stability, and a distinctive flavor profile that contemporary accounts suggest varied dramatically in quality depending on the brewer's skill and available ingredients. More remote locations might offer only twists, a concentrated beer syrup or paste that could be reconstituted with water at the serving location. This product, while convenient for transportation, produced a beverage that contemporary accounts universally describe as inferior to properly brewed beer. It remained in circulation primarily in locations where transportation limitations made proper beer logistics impossible or prohibitively expensive. The beer landscape changed dramatically in Western saloons with 3 significant developments: the expansion of railroads, the introduction of artificial refrigeration, and the arrival of immigrant brewers from German and Czech traditions. These factors combined to transform beer from a scarce, inconsistent product into a mainstream beverage available even in relatively remote communities by the latter decades of the 19th century. Railroad expansion allowed breweries in major production centers to ship their products to increasingly distant markets. Companies like Anheuser-Busch in St. Louis developed sophisticated distribution networks utilizing refrigerated rail cars and local ice houses for temporary storage, allowing their bottled and kegged products to reach frontier communities in saleable condition. The company's introduction of pasteurization for bottled products in the 1870s further extended potential distribution range by increasing product stability. Artificial refrigeration technologies, gradually introduced to Western saloons in larger settlements during the 1880s and 1890s, revolutionized beer service by allowing proper storage temperatures and draft dispensing systems that would have been previously impossible to maintain. Early mechanical refrigeration units were expensive, maintenance-intensive, and required technical knowledge to operate, limiting their adoption to more prosperous establishments in larger communities. Nevertheless, they represented a transformative technology that fundamentally changed beverage service capabilities where available. German and Czech immigrants brought substantial brewing expertise to Western regions, establishing local breweries that reduced dependence on distant suppliers. Cities like Denver, San Francisco, and Portland developed significant brewing industries, while even smaller communities might support modest brewing operations serving the immediate region. These immigrant brewers introduced traditional European beer styles and quality standards previously unfamiliar in many Western communities, gradually elevating consumer expectations regarding beer quality and consistency. By the 1880s and 1890s, beer service in established Western saloons had evolved to include multiple options. Draft beer dispensed from barrels or kegs represented the most economical choice, typically selling for a nickel in standard saloons, 1/5 or less the cost of a basic whiskey pour. Bottled beers, usually from larger regional or national breweries, offered more consistent quality at a premium price point. Some more sophisticated establishments in urban centers eventually offered multiple beer styles rather than the single option typical of earlier operations. The serving temperature for beer in Western saloons would surprise modern craft beer enthusiasts, accustomed to carefully controlled temperature ranges for different styles. Without reliable refrigeration, most beer was served at cellar temperature, cooler than ambient conditions, but significantly warmer than modern American practice. Beer stored in underground cellars or cooled with limited ice might be served at temperatures in the 50-60 degree quid range, rather than the near-freezing temperatures common in contemporary service. Non-alcoholic beverage options in Western saloons remained limited throughout much of the 19th century, but grew increasingly diverse as communities developed. Coffee held particular importance in these establishments, serving both practical and social functions in frontier communities. Available throughout the day rather than just during meal service, coffee provided a non-alcoholic alternative for those avoiding spirits for personal, religious, or practical reasons, while also offering a means of moderating alcohol's effects for drinking patrons. The preparation methods for saloon coffee emphasized quantity and efficiency over nuanced flavor development. Large pots simmered throughout the day, with fresh grounds added to existing batches as needed rather than brewing entirely new portions. The resulting beverage, by most contemporary accounts, tended toward the extremely strong, often bitter, from extended heating, and frequently masked with sugar or milk to improve palatability. Tea appeared on some saloon beverage menus, particularly in establishments with significant English clientele or in regions with substantial Chinese populations whose cultural preferences influenced local consumption patterns. However, it remained a secondary offering in most Western saloons, typically prepared with minimal attention to the steeping techniques that would have been observed in more dedicated tea-drinking cultures. Carbonated beverages began appearing in Western saloons during the latter half of the 19th century, though their availability varied dramatically by location and date. Sarsaparilla, a root-based beverage sometimes incorrectly associated with the sarsaparilla plant, became one of the earliest carbonated drinks widely available in frontier establishments. Its distinctive flavor, somewhat similar to modern root beer, but typically more medicinal in profile, made it a recognizable alternative to alcoholic options. Other early carbonated beverages served in more developed Western saloons included ginger beer, various fruit-flavored phosphates named for the phosphoric acid that provided characteristic tartness, and from the 1880s onward, cola products that would eventually evolve into major national brands in the following century. These carbonated offerings generally remained premium products due to the specialized equipment and ingredients required for their production and the challenges of transportation in carbonated form. Water itself, the most fundamental beverage, presented significant quality challenges in many Western locations. Mining activities, inadequate waste management, and natural mineral content made water supplies in many communities problematic for direct consumption. Saloons typically obtained their water from wells, springs, or municipal sources when available, but quality varied dramatically and contamination was common. This reality partly explains the preference for boiled beverages, like coffee and tea, as well as the addition of alcohol, which had both preservative effects and masked unpleasant flavors. Some patrons added whiskey to water not primarily for intoxication, but as a primitive water treatment method, with the alcohol's antiseptic properties potentially reducing certain biological contaminants, though obviously introducing other health considerations. Milk rarely appeared on adult beverage menus in Western saloons due to preservation challenges and cultural associations with children's nutrition rather than adult refreshment. When available, usually in more established communities with local dairy production, milk typically appeared as an addition to coffee rather than as a standalone beverage option for adult patrons. The physical serving arrangements for beverages. In Western saloons established patterns that would influence American drinking establishments for generations. The long bar counter, sometimes stretching the entire length of the establishment, created the primary service interface, with patrons standing rather than sitting while ordering and consuming drinks. This arrangement maximized service efficiency and customer capacity while creating the distinctive social environment associated with these establishments. Behind this counter, typical Western saloons featured back bars of varying elaborateness, depending on the establishment's prosperity and pretensions. In the simplest operations, this might be merely shelving holding bottles and glasses. More developed establishments, particularly from the 1870s onward, often installed elaborate wooden back bar structures with mirrors, decorative elements, and display space for premium products and special glassware. These back bars served both practical and psychological functions in the saloon environment. Practically, they provided necessary storage for bottles, glasses, and serving equipment while creating workspace for drink preparation. Psychologically, their often imposing presence, particularly when featuring large mirrors that visually expanded the space, created an atmosphere of permanence and substance that distinguished established businesses from temporary or fly-by-night operations. The mirrors themselves held particular significance in Western saloon culture. Beyond their decorative function, they allowed patrons to observe the room behind them without obvious turning, an important security consideration in environments where card games might involve significant money and disputes could escalate quickly to violence. They also effectively doubled the visitor inventory, creating an impression of abundance and prosperity even when actual stock might be relatively limited. The serving staff in Western saloons typically consisted of the owner-operator in smaller establishments or dedicated bartenders in larger operations. These individuals occupied positions of significant social importance in frontier communities, functioning not just as beverage servers but as information brokers, informal bankers, message centers, and sometimes peacekeepers in communities with limited formal governance structures. The skills required for successful saloon beverage service extended far beyond drink preparation. The ability to remember patron preferences, track informal credit arrangements, diffuse potential conflicts, and maintain order without official authority represented crucial aspects of the position. In communities where cash was scarce, bartenders often needed to evaluate the value of alternative payment offers, gold dust, unprocessed silver, trade goods, or promised labor, requiring knowledge extending well beyond mixology. As you consider the beverage landscape of Western saloons through the 19th century, the overwhelming impression is one of practical adaptation to challenging circumstances rather than the craft focus that characterizes modern beverage service. These establishments provided essential hydration, social lubrication, and psychological comfort in often difficult environments, using whatever ingredients and equipment were practically available rather than pursuing idealized preparation standards. This pragmatic approach characterized the entire Western saloon phenomenon, meeting fundamental human needs for refreshment, nutrition, and social connection under conditions that frequently precluded refinement or luxury. The evolution of beverage offerings throughout the century reflected not just changing tastes or increasing affluence, but the gradual transformation of the Western frontier itself from isolated outposts into connected communities, participating in broader national commercial and cultural networks. But how did these beverages influence the social dynamics and power structures of frontier communities? What role did different drinking traditions play in establishing hierarchies and relationships in demographically diverse Western settlements? And how did the actual consumption patterns of saloon patrons compare to the popular mythology that would later develop around Western drinking culture? The social dynamics surrounding beverage consumption in Western saloons created complex hierarchies and relationship patterns that significantly influenced frontier community development. Different drinking traditions, beverage choices, and consumption behaviors established subtle but important distinctions among patrons, reflecting and sometimes reinforcing the demographic diversity characteristic of Western settlements. Whiskey consumption, the most visible and mythologized aspect of Western drinking culture, carried particular social significance. The ability to consume spirits straight, without dilution or additives, represented a marker of both physical toughness and economic status in many frontier communities. Patrons who could afford quality whiskey and consume it without visible discomfort established a certain standing in the informal social hierarchy of the saloon, particularly in mining camps and cattle towns where physical hardiness carried special cultural value. This practice gave rise to distinctive rituals around spirits consumption that reinforced social bonds among particular groups. Lining the bar for communal rounds of drinks established reciprocal obligations among participants, creating informal, economic and social networks that might later translate into business partnerships, political alliances, or mutual aid arrangements. Refusing to participate in these rounds when invited could constitute a significant social offense in communities where such rituals held importance. The famous directive to set 'em up, heard in countless Western films, accurately reflects a common practice in frontier saloons where purchasing drinks for an entire group, whether friends, business associates, or sometimes the entire house, demonstrated both generosity and financial capability. This practice created community-building moments while simultaneously establishing or reinforcing status hierarchies based on who could afford such gestures and how frequently they occurred. Beer drinking carried different social connotations in Western communities, often reflecting ethnic affiliations and cultural backgrounds. German and Czech immigrants brought distinctive beer consumption traditions that influenced broader community practices in regions where these populations establish significant presence. The beer garden concept, outdoor spaces where entire families might gather for refreshment and socialization, gradually modified the exclusively male character of drinking establishments in some communities, particularly those with substantial European immigrant populations. These immigrant influences gradually transformed beverage service in many Western saloons, particularly in more established communities. German-style lager beers, which required colder fermentation temperatures and longer aging than earlier American styles, began appearing more frequently as brewing techniques and refrigeration technology improved. These products often commanded premium prices compared to rougher local brews, creating additional beverage-based status markers within saloon communities. Non-alcoholic beverage choices similarly carried social significance in the Western saloon context. Patrons who consistently ordered coffee rather than alcohol might be signaling religious objections to drinking, health concerns, or simply economic necessity. In communities where temperance movements had gained influence, such choices could represent political statements as much as personal preferences. Saloon operators needed to balance serving these non-drinking patrons, who might still purchase food or participate in games, against the potential disapproval of their core drinking clientele. The demographics of Western saloon patronage directly influenced beverage service patterns. In predominantly male environments like mining camps or early railroad towns, strong spirits and beer dominated consumption, with limited attention paid to more refined options. As communities developed more balanced gender ratios and family structures, beverages associated with female preferences, sweeter mixed drinks, wines, and later cordials began appearing more frequently on saloon menus. This demographic evolution created interesting transitional periods in many communities, where saloons attempted to balance traditional male patronage with emerging opportunities to serve more diverse clientele. Some establishments effectively operated dual beverage programs, focused on straight spirits and beer in bar areas dominated by male customers, while offering wines, punches, and mixed drinks in separate ladies' areas or during specific operating hours when female patronage was permitted or encouraged. The ethnic diversity characteristic of many Western settlements further complicated beverage service requirements. Chinese miners in California and railroad workers throughout the West introduced rice-based alcoholic beverages and distinctive tea consumption patterns to regions where these products had been previously unknown. Mexican and Spanish influences brought traditions of pulque, mezcal, and early tequila to southwestern territories, while French migrants introduced wine knowledge and production techniques in California. Indigenous populations contributed additional complexity to this multicultural beverage landscape, though their influences on mainstream saloon service remained limited by both cultural separation and legal restrictions on alcohol sales to Native Americans. Nevertheless, in border regions and territories with significant indigenous populations, some exchange of beverage traditions occurred, with fermented beverages based on corn, agave, and various fruits occasionally appearing in frontier drinking establishments. These diverse cultural traditions created both challenges and opportunities for Western saloon operators. Establishments seeking to attract mixed clientele needed to maintain broader beverage inventories than those serving more homogeneous populations. This diversity requirement created logistical complexities, sourcing unfamiliar products, understanding proper serving methods, managing varying consumer expectations, but also potential competitive advantages for operators who successfully navigated these multicultural beverage landscapes. The physical arrangement of drinking space within saloons reflected these social stratifications and cultural distinctions. The main bar typically remained male-dominated territory where harder drinking prevailed. Separate rooms or designated table areas might accommodate female patrons, mixed groups, or individuals seeking more refined consumption environments. Some establishments effectively operated as transitional spaces between frontier, rough and ready drinking culture and the more genteel environments that would eventually evolve into proper restaurants and hotel dining rooms. Temperature control represented another significant factor influencing Western saloon beverage service throughout the 19th century. In an era before reliable artificial refrigeration, maintaining appropriate serving temperatures for different beverages presented considerable challenges, particularly during summer months in hotter regions. Various cooling methods evolved to address these challenges, though their effectiveness varied dramatically based on local conditions and available resources. Underground cellars provided the most reliable natural cooling for beverage storage, maintaining temperatures significantly below ambient conditions even during summer heat. Saloons fortunate enough to have suitable geology and construction resources often built substantial underground storage areas, particularly for beer, which required cooler temperatures to prevent spoilage. These cellars typically reached their lowest temperatures in early spring after winter. Cooling had penetrated the ground, gradually warming through summer months, but still remaining cooler than above-ground alternatives. Ice, harvesting, and storage offered another temperature control method for more prosperous establishments in regions with suitable winter conditions. Winter ice cut from frozen lakes or rivers would be packed in sawdust or straw in dedicated ice houses, providing cooling resources that might last well into summer months if properly managed. This stored ice allowed for chilled beer, cooled water for diluting spirits, and eventually more elaborate mixed drinks requiring ice as preparation elements rather than merely for cooling. For establishments lacking access to natural ice or proper storage facilities, various evaporative cooling methods provided limited temperature reduction. Wrapping bottles in wet cloth and placing them in breezy locations exploited evaporative cooling principles to reduce liquid temperatures slightly below ambient conditions. More elaborate systems involved storing beverages in porous earthenware containers partially buried in sand, kept continuously moistened, creating passive cooling through constant evaporation. These temperature control limitations influenced not just beverage quality but the entire rhythm of saloon operations throughout the year. Summer months in hotter regions might see reduced hours for beer service as supplies warmed beyond acceptable serving temperatures by afternoon. Winter operations in colder regions contended with freezing risks for water pipes and liquid inventory, sometimes requiring beverages to be stored near stoves or fireplaces to remain in usable condition. The seasonal nature of beverage service extended beyond temperature considerations to encompass availability of specific ingredients and products. Spring and summer typically brought increased beer consumption when production and transportation conditions were most favorable. Fall harvest season in agricultural regions often featured availability of fresh apple cider and eventually hard cider as the fermentation process completed. Winter months in many communities saw increased consumption of hot drinks, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic, that provided warming comfort in cold conditions. This seasonality created distinctive annual cycles in Western saloon operations that experienced proprietors learned to anticipate and manage. Inventory planning required consideration of not just customer preferences, but the practical logistics of obtaining various products during different seasons. Peak mining or harvesting periods brought increased customer traffic and specific beverage demands, while severe winter weather might simultaneously reduce patronage and complicate supply deliveries in many locations. The technological developments that gradually transformed Western saloon beverage service throughout the 19th century broadly aligned with the expansion of railroad networks and the general industrial development of the American economy. Early frontier saloons operated with extremely basic equipment: simple glasses, straight pouring from bottles, minimal specialized serving tools. As communities developed and supply chains improved, more sophisticated bar equipment gradually appeared in established operations. Beer dispensing technology underwent particularly significant evolution during this period. Early frontier saloons typically served beer in simple fashion, directly from barrels or kegs, sometimes elevated on racks to allow gravity flow through basic spigots. By the 1880s and 1890s, more elaborate draft systems began appearing in established communities, utilizing hand pumps or compressed air to move beer from cellar storage to bar-level taps, allowing for more efficient service and better temperature control. The introduction of standardized bottled beer, pioneered by companies like Anheuser-Busch, created another technological shift in Western saloon service. Bottling technology, combined with pasteurization procedures that extended product stability, allowed consistent brewery products to reach increasingly remote locations. The distinctive thick-walled bottles with wire-secured porcelain stoppers became familiar sights even in relatively isolated saloons by the 1880s, though draft beer remained the more economical option where available. Glassware gradually became more specialized and purpose-specific as the century progressed, and Western communities developed. Early frontier establishments typically utilized a limited selection of basic, multi-purpose drinking vessels, simple tumblers for spirits and beer, occasionally mugs when available. More established operations in later decades might feature specific glassware for different beverages, beer mugs or steins, whiskey glasses sized for standard pours, and eventually more specialized shapes for mixed drinks, as these became more common in the beverage program. The increasing popularity of mixed beverages toward the end of the century introduced additional technological requirements for proper preparation. Basic bar tools, mixing spoons, strainers, shakers, began appearing in more sophisticated Western saloons during the 1880s and 1890s, though the elaborate equipment associated with modern craft cocktail service remained rare even in the most developed frontier establishments. Ice preparation and handling technology similarly evolved throughout the period, transitioning from luxury to necessity in many operations. Early frontier saloons rarely offered ice in any form except during winter months in colder regions. As commercial ice production became established in larger Western settlements, and as transportation networks allowed distribution beyond immediate production areas, ice became increasingly integrated into beverage service. First as an occasional luxury for cooling drinks, eventually as a standard element in preparation methods. The physical infrastructure supporting beverage service developed alongside these technological changes. Basic plank bars and simple shelving characterized early frontier establishments, while more elaborate bar structures became status symbols for successful operations in established communities. By the 1880s, factory-produced bar equipment began reaching Western markets, allowing saloon operators to purchase standardized back bar components, bar tops with integrated drain systems, and specialized storage units designed specifically for different types of beverage inventory. The most prosperous establishments in developed Western communities eventually installed elaborate bar setups produced by specialized manufacturers in eastern cities. Companies like Brunswick offered complete bar packages that could be shipped by rail and assembled on location, featuring ornate woodwork, integrated mirrors, specialized glass storage, and built-in cooling compartments for perishable ingredients. These manufactured systems marked the transition from improvised frontier beverage service to the standardized equipment that would characterize American bar operations well into the following century. As beverage service technology and techniques evolved, so too did the actual drink served in Western saloons. While straight spirits and basic beer remained the backbone of most operations throughout the century, more elaborate preparations gradually appeared in established communities, influenced by Eastern drinking traditions and European immigrants, bringing diverse beverage cultures to frontier regions. Mixed drinks, the precursors to modern cocktails, began appearing in Western saloons during the 1870s and 1880s, though their availability remained limited to more sophisticated establishments. In larger settlements, these preparations originated primarily in eastern cities, gradually spreading westward as ingredients and technical knowledge became available in frontier regions. Unlike modern cocktails with their precise measurements and specialized ingredients, these early mixed drinks typically involved straightforward combinations of base spirits with sweeteners, bitters, and occasionally fruit elements when available. The terminology surrounding these mixed drinks lacked standardization, creating confusion for both modern researchers and contemporary travelers moving between different regions. What might be called a cocktail in one establishment could be a punch or a fix in another, with ingredient proportions varying drastically based on local traditions and individual bartender preferences. This variation reflected both the improvisational nature of frontier beverage service and the limited technical communication between different regions before widespread publication of standardized bar manuals. Certain mixed preparations, nonetheless, achieved sufficient recognition to appear regularly on Western saloon beverage menus by the latter part of the century. The old-fashioned, spirits combined with sugar, bitters, and water, represented perhaps the most fundamental mixed drink formulation, appearing under various names throughout different regions. Punches served in both individual and communal. Portions became popular options for special occasions and establishments catering to more refined clientele. Egg-based drinks like the flip, combining spirits with whole eggs, sugar, and spices, occasionally appeared in better-equipped operations, particularly during colder months when eggs could be handled more safely. Wine service in Western saloons followed a developmental trajectory parallel to other beverages, transitioning from limited availability of questionable products in early frontier establishments to more diverse and higher quality offerings in developed communities by century's end. The challenges involved in transporting delicate wines across difficult terrain initially restricted availability to fortified options like port and sherry, which could better withstand rough handling and temperature variations during shipment. California's emerging wine industry gradually changed this dynamic, particularly after the 1870s, when improved transportation networks allowed distribution beyond immediate production regions. Saloons in more established Western communities increasingly offered domestic wines from California producers, though quality remained inconsistent compared to European imports. By the 1880s and 1890s, better Western saloons typically maintained modest wine inventories, particularly in communities with significant European immigrant populations, where wine-drinking traditions remained important cultural practices. The serving methods for wine in these establishments would seem crude by modern standards. Temperature control remained minimal, glassware was rarely specialized for wine service, and formal serving rituals were generally absent. Nevertheless, the increasing availability of wine options represented another aspect of the gradual refinement of Western saloon beverage programs, as frontier conditions gave way to more established community structures. The integration of these diverse beverage options into Western saloon operations created increasingly complex service environments requiring greater knowledge and skill from serving staff. While early frontier establishments might operate with minimal training requirements, essentially anyone capable of pouring liquor from bottle to glass could function in the position, later operations in developed communities demanded more specialized knowledge of various products, appropriate serving methods, and the social customs surrounding different beverage traditions. This professionalization of beverage service occurred unevenly across Western regions, with larger settlements, generally developing more sophisticated operations earlier than remote or smaller communities. By the 1880s and 1890s, established saloons in cities like San Francisco, Denver, or Portland might employ specialized bartenders with significant technical knowledge and product familiarity, while operations in smaller communities continued, with more basic service models focused primarily on simple spirits and beer dispensing. The beverages served in Western saloons throughout the 19th century thus tell a story of gradual evolution from frontier necessity toward increasing sophistication, variety, and technical refinement. This progression reflected broader patterns of Western development, the transition from isolated outposts connected by tenuous supply lines to increasingly integrated communities participating in national commercial networks and cultural exchanges. For the patrons consuming these beverages, the experience similarly evolved from basic survival and socialization needs toward more diverse consumption patterns reflecting personal preferences, cultural backgrounds, and social aspirations. The simple whiskey shot that might have represented the entirety of beverage options in an early mining camp gradually gave way to menus offering multiple spirits categories, beer styles, wines, and mixed preparations in established communities, allowing for more individualized consumption choices. But how did these evolving beverage options influence the broader social environment of Western saloons? How did changing drinking patterns reflect and sometimes influence the transition from frontier conditions to established community structures? And what happened to these diverse beverage traditions as the 19th century drew to a close and new social forces began reshaping American drinking culture? The evolving beverage landscape of Western saloons directly influenced the social environment of frontier communities, creating both opportunities for positive connection and challenges that sometimes resulted in conflict or disorder. The relationship between specific drinking patterns and social behaviors varied considerably across different regions and time periods, reflecting the complex interplay between beverage choices, cultural backgrounds, economic conditions, and community development stages. Spirits consumption, particularly in the rough frontier environments of early mining camps and cattle towns, often exhibited distinctive patterns that modern observers might characterize as problematic or destructive. Binge drinking, consuming large quantities during specific occasions rather than moderate regular consumption, represented a common behavior pattern in communities with limited recreational alternatives and challenging living conditions. These episodes, described in contemporary accounts as sprees or benders, typically occurred when workers received pay or when miners realized significant fines, creating cycles of intense consumption followed by periods of relative abstention. Such drinking patterns contributed to the periodic disorder associated with frontier settlements in popular imagination, though historical evidence suggests that their actual impact varied considerably. In some communities, particularly those with transient populations and limited social structures, alcohol-fueled conflicts occurred with concerning regularity. Marshall's records and newspaper accounts from booming mining towns like Deadwood or cattle centers like Dodge City document numerous incidents where excessive drinking contributed to violence, property destruction, and occasional fatalities. However, other Western communities, even those with substantial saloon cultures, developed effective social mechanisms for managing potential disorder related to drinking behaviors. These informal control systems operated through peer pressure, business owner oversight, and community standards rather than formal legal enforcement, which remained limited in many frontier regions. Regular patrons often intervened when individuals became excessively intoxicated, removing them from potential conflict situations or ensuring they reached lodgings safely before causing disturbances. Saloon proprietors themselves frequently served as important moderating influences, recognizing that maintaining general order benefited their business interests more than maximizing short-term consumption. Contrary to Hollywood depictions of bartenders happily serving obviously intoxicated patrons until predictable violence erupted, historical accounts suggest that many establishment operators cut off service to individuals showing significant impairment, sometimes providing coffee or food to moderate alcohol effects before allowing continued participation in the social environment. The beverages themselves influence these social dynamics through their different effects on consumer behavior. Spirits, consumed in the concentrated fashion common to frontier drinking establishments, straight shots or minimally diluted portions produced rapid intoxication that could quickly impair judgment and self-control. Beer, with its lower alcohol content and typically slower consumption pattern, generally contributed to less dramatic behavioral changes, promoting sociability without the extreme effects associated with spirits binges. This distinction gradually influenced beverage service patterns in Western saloons, particularly as communities developed more stable population bases and formal governance structures. Establishments seeking to maintain orderly environments increasingly promoted beer consumption through pricing strategies, prominent availability, and sometimes explicit encouragement from serving staff. The beer-back tradition, serving a small beer alongside a whiskey purchase at minimal additional cost, represented one such moderating strategy, providing hydration and diluting the overall alcohol effect while maintaining revenue from spirit sales. The social geography within saloon spaces reflected these different consumption patterns and their behavioral implications. Many establishments developed informal zoning where certain activities and the beverages associated with them remained concentrated in specific areas. The main bar typically housed straight spirits consumers engaged in standing conversation, rapid drinking, and sometimes group rounds. Table areas accommodated slower consumption patterns, often featuring more beer service and activities like card playing that required some degree of coordination and attention. Private rooms or separated areas might offer wine service and mixed drinks to patrons seeking more refined consumption experiences away from the sometimes boisterous main bar environment. This internal geography created natural separation between different consumption styles and the social behaviors associated with them, allowing diverse patronage within single establishments. A mining engineer drinking whiskey at the bar, cowboys consuming beer at tables while playing cards, and a visiting businessman enjoying wine in a private room could simultaneously utilize the same saloon while engaging in substantially different drinking experiences appropriate to their preferences and social positions. The timing of beverage service similarly influenced social dynamics in Western saloons. Many establishments observed informal but generally understood scheduling patterns for different types of service and the activities associated with them. Morning hours might feature coffee service alongside minimal alcohol offerings, catering to workers ending night shifts or beginning daily activities with modest stimulation. Midday typically saw increased beer consumption alongside food service, with patrons seeking refreshment without significant impairment that would interfere with afternoon activities. Evening patterns generally followed predictable progressions in established operations. Early evening hours featured more moderate consumption focused on socialization and dining when available. Later hours might transition toward more intensive drinking, gambling activities, and occasionally entertainment offerings in larger establishments. This temporal segregation allowed the same physical space to serve different social functions throughout the day and evening, accommodating diverse community needs within limited built environments. The beverage choices available in Western saloons influenced not just individual behavior, but broader community development patterns. Establishments serving only basic spirits and beer typically attracted narrower demographic ranges than those offering more diverse options. As communities developed and demographic diversity increased, particularly with the arrival of more women, family units, and individuals from varied cultural backgrounds, beverage programs necessarily evolved to accommodate changing expectations and preferences. This evolution manifested differently across various Western regions based on their specific demographic developments. Mining regions with predominantly male, often immigrant populations, maintained traditional spirits-focused service longer than agricultural communities with more balanced gender ratios and family structures. Settlements with significant European, immigrant populations typically developed more diverse beverage programs earlier, reflecting the varied drinking traditions these groups brought from their countries of origin. The economic dimensions of beverage service significantly influenced social dynamics in Western saloons. Pricing structures created natural stratification among patrons, with basic beer and whiskey typically remaining accessible to working-class consumers. while imported spirits, wines, and elaborate mixed drinks served effectively as luxury goods available primarily to more affluent community members. These price differentials sometimes created tension, particularly in communities with significant economic inequality or during periods of financial hardship affecting specific population segments. Credit arrangements surrounding beverage service, the infamous saloon tabs featured in countless Western narratives, created complex social and economic relationships within frontier communities. Unlike modern bar tabs typically settled at the end of single visits, frontier credit arrangements often extended for weeks or months, creating ongoing obligations between patrons and establishments. These arrangements functioned as informal banking systems in communities with limited financial infrastructure, allowing for consumption smoothing across irregular income periods like mining payouts or seasonal agricultural work. The social implications of these credit systems extended beyond simple economic arrangements. Individuals maintaining good standing with saloon credit demonstrated both financial reliability and community permanence, important considerations in regions with highly transient populations. Conversely, failing to honor saloon debts could result in significant social consequences beyond the immediate financial impact, potentially limiting future credit access across multiple community businesses and damaging broader social standing. Beverage-related, gift exchanges, buying rounds for friends, purchasing drinks for strangers, or setting them up for the house, created important social bonding mechanisms in Western communities. These practices established reciprocal obligations, demonstrated financial status, and signaled community belonging in ways that extended beyond the immediate consumption moment. For newcomers to frontier settlements, participation in these exchange rituals often represented important steps toward community integration and acceptance. The beverages served in Western saloons influenced gender dynamics in particularly significant ways. The predominantly male spaces of frontier bars created consumption environments where specific drinking behaviors, consuming straight spirits without visible discomfort, participating in communal rounds, maintaining composed behavior despite significant intake, became associated with masculine identity and status. These associations remained powerful even as communities developed and gender integration increased in other social spheres. Women's relationship to Western saloon beverages followed complex and evolving patterns throughout the 19th century. In early frontier settings, female presence in drinking establishments typically remained limited to sex workers, whose participation in consumption often involved specific beverages designed to maximize establishment profit while minimizing actual intoxication. The infamous watered drinks or champagne, actually sweetened carbonated water that allowed ongoing interaction without significant impairment. As communities developed and Victorian social norms gradually extended westward, more respectable women occasionally entered saloon environments, though typically in designated areas separate from main bar spaces and often for food service rather than primarily drinking purposes. Their beverage options generally remained limited to milder alternatives, light wines, cordials, or lightly alcoholic punch preparations, reflecting period expectations regarding appropriate female consumption. By the 1880s and 1890s, more established, Western communities increasingly featured dedicated ladies' entrances to saloon dining areas, allowing female patrons to access food service and limited beverage options without passing through main bar spaces considered inappropriate for respectable women. These architectural adaptations reflected changing gender attitudes while maintaining certain boundaries around appropriate consumption behaviors based on gender identity. The relationship between different ethnic and cultural groups within Western communities frequently centered around beverage-related spaces and practices. Saloons often served as important integration points where diverse populations interacted through shared consumption rituals, though these interactions occurred within hierarchical frameworks that typically privileged white Americans and Europeans. over other groups. Chinese residents of Western communities, for instance, frequently maintain separate drinking establishments serving traditional beverages like rice wine alongside familiar spirits and beer. While some interaction occurred across these cultural boundaries, particularly in mining regions where Chinese and white miners worked in proximity, beverage consumption remained largely segregated along ethnic lines in many communities, reflecting broader social divisions of the period. Mexican and Hispanic populations in southwestern regions similarly maintained distinctive drinking traditions involving pulque, mezcal, and other traditional beverages alongside adapted consumption of American and European offerings available through standard saloon operations. The degree of integration between these beverage cultures varied considerably based on local demographics, economic relationships, and the specific history of different regions. Regarding Mexican-American relations, Native American relationships with Western saloon beverage culture existed under particularly complicated and often exploitative conditions. Federal prohibitions against selling alcohol to indigenous people created black market dynamics where unscrupulous operators provided often adulterated products at exploitative prices to native consumers. These transactions typically occurred outside legitimate business operations, creating additional risk and negative consequences for indigenous communities already navigating complex relationships with expanding American settlement. The temperance movement, gaining significant momentum nationwide during the latter decades of the 19th century, influenced Western saloon beverage service in increasingly noticeable ways as communities developed. Early frontier settlements with limited female population and minimal formal religious organization typically experienced little temperance pressure. As gender ratios balanced and community institutions developed, temperance advocacy gradually expanded across Western regions, though with considerable variation in effectiveness and timing. Saloon operators responded to this growing pressure through various adaptive strategies related to their beverage programs. Many establishments expanded non-alcoholic offerings, recognizing the business value of accommodating community members who abstained from drinking but still sought social gathering spaces. Others modified their physical layouts to separate drinking more clearly from food service and social activities, attempting to maintain alcohol sales while addressing concerns about environmental influences encouraging consumption. The most successful Western saloons navigated these evolving social pressures by effectively balancing traditional beverage service with adaptations acknowledging changing community standards. Rather than maintaining exclusively alcohol-focused operations or converting entirely to temperance models, many establishments developed hybrid approaches serving diverse community needs while preserving profitable beverage sales within increasingly regulated frameworks. As the 19th century drew to a close, the beverage landscape of Western saloons reflected both the history of frontier development and the emerging future of American drinking culture. The rough whiskey of early mining camps had largely given way to more regulated products from established distilleries. Primitive beer service had evolved into sophisticated draft systems serving consistent products from regional and national breweries. The limited options of frontier establishments had expanded into diverse beverage programs reflecting multicultural influences and evolving consumer preferences. This transformation mirrored the broader development of Western communities themselves, from isolated outposts with minimal infrastructure and transient populations to established settlements participating in national economic and cultural networks. The beverages served across saloon bars throughout this evolution tell a story not just of changing tastes or improving supply chains, but of communities gradually developing more complex social structures, diverse populations, and nuanced relationships with consumption practices. For modern observers, understanding the beverage history of Western saloons provides valuable context for appreciating both the realities and myths surrounding frontier drinking culture. The popular image of constant whiskey consumption and alcohol-fueled disorder contains elements of historical truth while oversimplifying the complex and evolving nature of actual beverage service in these establishments. The real story, as with most aspects of Western history, involves practical adaptation to challenging circumstances, gradual refinement as conditions improved, and ongoing negotiation between diverse cultural influences shaping community development. The legacy of Western saloon beverage culture extends well beyond its historical moment, influencing American drinking traditions in ways that continue to resonate in contemporary practice. The physically open bar structure that became standard in these establishments, creating direct visual connection between servers and patrons, rather than separating them as in many European traditions, established patterns still visible in modern American bar design. The emphasis on spirits served in straightforward fashion alongside beer options reflects consumption patterns that remain characteristically American compared to more wine-focused European traditions. Even specific beverage preparations that originated or developed in Western saloons continue influencing contemporary American drinking culture. The whiskey and beer combination remains a standard pairing in many modern establishments. The emphasis on ice as a fundamental cocktail element, developed partly in response to the heat of Western regions, continues shaping American mixed drink traditions distinct from European counterparts. The community-building function of shared rounds and drinking rituals established in frontier saloons persists in modern American bar culture as an important social bonding mechanism. As you contemplate the glasses, bottles, and preparations that crossed Western saloon bars throughout the 19th century, their significance extends beyond mere historical curiosity. These beverages represented essential elements of community formation in challenging frontier environments, providing hydration, social lubrication, psychological comfort, and cultural connection for diverse populations, creating new communities far from established social structures. Understanding their evolution provides valuable insight into how Americans have historically used shared consumption to build connection, even in the most challenging circumstances, a tradition that continues in modified form in contemporary social practices. The Western saloon, with its distinctive beverage culture adapting to local conditions while maintaining connections to broader traditions, embodied a characteristically American approach to drinking, practical, inclusive of diverse influences and fundamentally social in orientation. This approach, refined through decades of frontier experience, established patterns that would influence American beverage culture well beyond the frontier era, creating distinctive national traditions that continue evolving while maintaining connections to their historical origins in the practical adaptations of Western saloon beverage service. The culinary landscape of Western saloons throughout the 19th century defies simple generalization, as regional variations created distinctive dining experiences shaped by geography, available ingredients, cultural influences, and stages of frontier development. These differences transformed the generic concept of saloon food into a complex tapestry of regional cuisines that reflected both practical adaptation to local conditions and the cultural heritage of diverse populations establishing new communities across the expanding American frontier. As you travel westward across the continent during this period, you would encounter dramatically different saloon dining experiences even when visiting establishments that shared similar basic functions and social roles within their communities. The mining camp saloons of California's Gold Rush territory offered markedly different fare than cattle town establishments in Kansas or Texas. Southwest border town cantinas served cuisine bearing little resemblance to the offerings in Pacific, Northwest logging settlements, or Rocky Mountain mining communities. These regional variations stemmed from multiple interrelated factors, beginning with the fundamental geographical differences that determined local food availability. Climate and terrain created the base conditions for what could be grown, raised, or harvested locally, establishing the primary ingredients available for saloon kitchens before transportation and preservation challenges further constrained options. Northern regions with shorter growing seasons relied heavily on preserved foods during winter months, while southern territories maintained access to fresh produce year-round, but contended with preservation challenges in extreme heat. Water access represented another geographical factor with profound culinary implications. Settlements near rivers, lakes, or coastal areas incorporated abundant fish and aquatic resources into their food offerings, while arid interior regions necessarily focused more intensively on land-based protein sources and drought-resistant crops. These basic geographical realities created distinctive regional flavor profiles before cultural preferences and traditions further shaped local cuisines. The transportation infrastructure connecting different Western regions to supply sources created additional variation in saloon dining options. Communities situated along well-established trails, navigable waterways, or later railroad lines maintained more consistent access to imported ingredients and manufactured food products. More isolated settlements necessarily relied on what could be produced locally or transported over difficult terrain during limited seasonal windows, resulting in more restricted and often more distinctive culinary traditions. The timing of settlement across different Western regions further influenced saloon dining development. Early frontier establishments necessarily adapted to severe supply limitations and primitive cooking facilities, while operations in more mature settlements could incorporate increasingly sophisticated ingredients and techniques as communities developed. This chronological variation meant that saloons in newly established territories during the 1880s and 1890s often resembled earlier operations in regions settled decades before, creating a developmental continuum across both geography and time. Perhaps most significantly, the cultural backgrounds of populations settling different Western regions profoundly influenced saloon cuisine. The diverse immigrant groups attracted to various territories brought distinctive food traditions, preservation techniques, and flavor preferences that gradually shaped regional cooking practices. These cultural influences extended beyond the direct contribution of immigrant cooks working in saloon kitchens to broader community expectations regarding food preparation and presentation. To understand these regional variations in concrete terms, consider first the distinctive saloon cuisine that developed in California following the 1849 gold rush. This region experienced extraordinarily rapid population growth and demographic diversity as fortune seekers from across America and around the world converged on newly discovered gold fields. The resulting culinary environment combined elements from multiple traditions with practical adaptations to local conditions and available ingredients. Early mining camp saloons in California offered remarkably basic fare focused on filling hungrier miners with maximum efficiency and minimal sophistication. Beans, bacon, bread, and coffee formed the core of these culinary operations, prepared in large quantities over open fires or simple stoves. Contemporary accounts describe eating environments where speed and quantity took clear precedence over presentation or refinement, with food often served directly from cooking vessels to minimize dishwashing requirements in water-limited environments. As California settlements stabilized following the initial gold rush frenzy, saloon cuisine in the region developed distinctive characteristics shaped by several converging influences. The mild climate and fertile soil of many California regions supported year-round agriculture, providing fresh ingredients that remained unavailable in harsher Western territories. This agricultural abundance, combined with coastal access to seafood and established shipping connections to international ports, created a more diverse ingredient base than many interior regions enjoyed. Chinese immigration particularly influenced California saloon cuisine. Chinese miners and railroad workers constituted a significant population segment, and Chinese cooks found employment in many saloon kitchens throughout the region. These cooks adapted traditional techniques and flavor profiles to available ingredients while incorporating elements that appealed to diverse clientele, creating early fusion cuisine that distinguished California establishments from those in regions with different demographic patterns. This Chinese culinary influence manifested in multiple ways: stir-frying techniques applied to familiar Western ingredients, distinctive seasoning combinations incorporating ginger, garlic, and various imported spices, and occasional introduction of traditional Chinese dishes modified for Western palates. By the 1870s and 1880s, saloons in established California communities frequently offered at least some menu items reflecting this Chinese influence alongside standard American fare. Mexican culinary traditions similarly shaped California saloon dining, particularly in southern regions formerly under Mexican control. Corn-based preparations, distinctive spicing patterns featuring chilies and cumin, and cooking techniques like slow braising in earthenware vessels appeared regularly in establishments throughout these territories. The famous California burrito, combining Mexican wrap technique with various fillings adapted to local ingredients and preferences, began appearing in border region saloons during the latter half of the century, representing early development of the Cal-Mex cuisine that would later gain broader recognition. The European immigrants drawn to California's agricultural opportunities and urban development brought additional culinary influences. Italian vignerons establishing early California wine production introduced Mediterranean preparations featuring olive oil, tomato-based sauces, and distinctive pasta preparations to saloons in wine-producing regions. French miners and merchants contributed cooking techniques and flavor combinations reflecting their culinary heritage, particularly in San Francisco and other urban centers where their populations concentrated. By the 1880s and 1890s, saloon dining in established California communities reflected this multicultural convergence while taking advantage of the region's agricultural abundance and relatively developed supply chains. A typical establishment might offer several distinct menu traditions simultaneously: American standards like steaks and roasts, Mexican-influenced items featuring distinctive spicing and preparation methods, Chinese-inspired dishes utilizing stir-frying techniques and characteristic seasonings, and European specialties reflecting specific immigrant populations in the immediate area. The cattle territories of Texas, Kansas, and neighboring regions developed significantly different saloon dining traditions, shaped by their distinctive economic base, transportation patterns, and cultural influences. These territories, dominated by cattle production and the periodic influx of cowboys moving herds to shipping points, created culinary environments where beef naturally predominated, but preparation methods and accompanying items varied considerably based on local conditions and influences. Early cattle town saloons offered remarkably basic fare, centered on the most readily available ingredient, beef, prepared through simple cooking methods requiring minimal equipment and expertise. Contemporary accounts describe massive steaks and roasts cooked over open flames or in cast-iron skillets, served with basic accompaniments like beans, potatoes, and biscuits or cornbread. Portion sizes reflected the physical demands of cowboy life and the general frontier tendency toward substantial servings that provided maximum calories for workers engaged in physically demanding occupations. Chuck wagon traditions significantly influenced cattle territory saloon cuisine. These mobile kitchens that accompanied cattle drives developed practical cooking techniques and dish combinations optimized for limited equipment and ingredient availability. As cowboys reached town destinations following long drives, they brought expectations shaped by chuck wagon dining experiences, and successful saloons adapted their offerings to meet these familiar patterns while perhaps adding refinements impossible in mobile cooking operations. This chuck wagon influence appeared in dishes like son of a gun stew, a preparation utilizing beef organ meats and whatever vegetables might be available, slowly simmered for tenderization and flavor development. Various cornbread preparations, from basic corn dodgers cooked on sheet metal to more refined baked versions, reflected chuck wagon staples adapted to more controlled kitchen environments. Coffee preparation methods similarly carried over, with the extremely strong, continuously simmered brew of trail cooking appearing on saloon tables throughout cattle territories. Mexican influences shaped cattle territory saloon cuisine, particularly in Texas and other regions bordering Mexico or containing substantial Hispanic populations. Chili con carne, perhaps the most famous culinary contribution of Texas saloons, combined Mexican spicing traditions with the abundant beef of cattle territories, creating a distinctive dish that eventually gained national recognition. Other Mexican-influenced preparations, from various bean dishes to beef preparations featuring distinctive spicing patterns, appeared regularly on cattle territory saloon menus. German immigration to Texas and other cattle regions introduced additional culinary elements that gradually influenced saloon offerings. Sausage-making traditions extended the usability of beef and other available meats, while distinctive bread styles supplemented or sometimes replaced the biscuits and cornbread of earlier American patterns. Beer production techniques brought by German immigrants gradually influenced beverage service in these regions, with locally produced lagers eventually supplementing or replacing earlier whiskey-dominant drinking patterns. The refrigerated rail car, introduced to the cattle business in the 1870s, indirectly influenced saloon dining throughout these territories by changing the fundamental economics of the industry. As live cattle drives gradually gave way to processed meat shipment, cattle towns evolved from seasonal boom-bust cycles driven by drive arrivals to more stable economic patterns. This stabilization allowed for more consistent saloon operations with increasingly reliable supply chains, gradually elevating culinary standards beyond the primitive offerings of early cattle drive-era establishments. By the 1880s and 1890s, saloon dining in established cattle territory communities reflected the region's distinctive culinary heritage, while incorporating elements made possible by improving transportation and more stable population patterns. Beef remained central to most menus but appeared in more varied preparations, from simple steaks and roasts to more complex stews, braises, and specialized regional preparations like chicken fried steak, beef pounded thin, breaded, and fried, using techniques similar to chicken preparation. The mining territories of Colorado, Nevada, Montana, and Idaho developed saloon culinary traditions reflecting both the distinctive challenges of mountain environments and the diverse populations drawn to these regions by mineral wealth. High altitude, limited agricultural potential, severe winters, and transportation difficulties created significant constraints on ingredient availability, while the wealth generated by successful mining operations created demand for luxury items. Despite logistical challenges, early mining camp saloons necessarily operated under severe practical constraints that limited culinary options. Contemporary accounts describe remarkably basic offerings centered on beans, salt pork, sourdough bread, and coffee. Ingredients selected primarily for transportability, preservation potential, and caloric density rather than culinary merit. These operations focused on providing maximum sustenance with minimal equipment in often temporary settlements, where establishing proper kitchen facilities seemed impractical given the uncertain longevity of the camp itself. As mining territories developed more permanent settlements, saloon cuisine evolved to reflect both improving supply conditions and the distinctive demographic patterns of these communities. Mining wealth created demand for luxury ingredients despite transportation challenges, leading to situations where canned oysters, imported liquors, or preserved delicacies might share menu space with basic beans and bread. This juxtaposition of luxury and necessity characterized mining territory saloon dining throughout much of the 19th century. The sourdough tradition became particularly important in mining territory cuisine. Sourdough starters, fermented mixtures of flour and water containing wild yeasts and beneficial bacteria, allowed for reliable bread production without commercial yeast, which remained difficult to transport and store in remote mining regions. These starters became prized possessions carried between camps and settlements, with distinctive local cultures developing unique flavor profiles based on regional microorganisms and maintenance techniques. Cornish miners brought distinctive food, traditions to many Western mining regions influencing saloon offerings, particularly in territories with significant populations from Cornwall. The most famous contribution, the Cornish pasty, combined meat, potatoes, and root vegetables in a portable pastry package originally designed for miners to carry into the depths for midday meals. These practical preparations gradually appeared on saloon menus adapted to local ingredients while maintaining the basic form and function of the original. Chinese populations in mining territories contributed culinary influences similar to those in California, though often adapted to more limited ingredient availability in mountain regions. Stir-frying techniques applied to available ingredients created efficient preparation methods ideal for busy saloon kitchens. Distinctive seasoning combinations helped transform basic ingredients into more varied and flavorful offerings, while preservation techniques like fermentation expanded the range of available flavors in regions with limited fresh produce availability. The severe winter conditions characteristic of many mining territories necessitated distinctive preservation and storage methods that influenced year-round culinary options. Root cellars and ice houses became critical infrastructure for saloons aiming to provide consistent food service throughout the year. Fall harvest preparations took on particular importance, with substantial effort devoted to preserving maximum quantities of vegetables, fruits, and meats to sustain communities through winter months when fresh supplies became unavailable due to closed mountain passes and frozen transportation routes. Game meats featured prominently in mining territory saloon cuisine, supplementing domestic meat supplies and providing variety in regions where beef and pork might be available only in preserved forms during winter months. Venison, elk, rabbit, and various game birds appeared regularly on saloon menus, prepared using techniques adapted from both American frontier traditions and the European culinary heritage of various immigrant populations. These wild proteins offered both practical nutrition and distinctive flavor profiles that became associated with regional identity. By the 1880s and 1890s, saloon dining in established mining communities reflected this distinctive convergence of necessity and occasional luxury, practical adaptation, and cultural heritage. A typical establishment might offer basic staples like beans and bread continuously while featuring periodic specials when transportation conditions allowed fresh ingredient delivery. Preservation techniques, smoking, salting, pickling, fermenting, remained important even as supply chains improved, creating distinctive flavor profiles that became regional specialties rather than mere necessities. The Pacific Northwest developed yet another distinctive regional variation on saloon cuisine shaped by the area's abundant natural resources, significant Native American populations, and the influence of diverse immigrant groups drawn to the region's timber, fishing, and later, agricultural opportunities. The resulting culinary landscape combined elements from multiple traditions with the practical use of extraordinarily abundant local ingredients. Early Northwest saloons, particularly those serving logging camps and maritime operations, emphasized substantial portions of protein-dense foods suitable for workers engaged in extremely demanding physical labor. Contemporary accounts describe enormous plates of eggs, bacon, steaks, and potatoes served at all hours to accommodate the variable schedules of these industries. The famous logger's breakfast, featuring multiple meats, several eggs, pancakes, and potatoes, originated in establishments serving timber workers whose caloric requirements exceeded even typical frontier standards. Seafood distinguished Northwest saloon cuisine from that of interior regions. The extraordinary abundance of salmon, halibut, crab, oysters, and other marine resources created culinary opportunities unavailable elsewhere in the Western Territories. Saloons in coastal communities and along major rivers incorporated these resources into daily offerings rather than treating them as occasional luxuries, developing regional specialties like salmon chowder, smoked fish preparations, and various shellfish dishes that appeared regularly alongside more standard frontier fare. Native American culinary influences shaped Northwest saloon food more significantly than in many other Western regions. The relatively larger and more integrated indigenous populations in some Northwest territories created greater cultural exchange around food preparation methods and ingredients. Techniques for smoking salmon, preparing camas root, and utilizing various foraged ingredients gradually entered broader culinary practice, appearing in modified forms on saloon menus, particularly in areas with substantial indigenous populations. Asian immigration to the Northwest, initially Chinese and later Japanese, contributed additional culinary elements to regional saloon dining. As in California, Chinese cooks found employment in many establishment kitchens, adapting traditional techniques to local ingredients while introducing distinctive flavors and preparation methods. Japanese fishing communities along the coast gradually contributed their own culinary influences, particularly regarding seafood preparation techniques, emphasizing freshness and simple cooking methods that preserved natural flavors. Scandinavian immigrants drawn to the Northwest by fishing, timber, and farming opportunities brought distinctive food traditions that influenced regional saloon cuisine, particularly in areas where these populations concentrated. Preservation techniques like smoking and pickling, bread traditions emphasizing hearty whole grains, and distinctive preparation methods for fish and game all gradually entered the regional culinary vocabulary, appearing in adapted forms on saloon menus throughout these territories. The agricultural development of regions like Oregon's Willamette Valley and eastern Washington gradually expanded ingredient availability for Northwest saloons, allowing for more diverse offerings as transportation networks improved. The region's exceptional productivity for certain crops, apples, berries, and later distinctive vegetable varieties, created opportunities for seasonal specialties that distinguished local establishments from those in regions with more limited agricultural potential. By the latter decades of the 19th century, saloon dining in established Northwest communities reflected this convergence of abundant natural resources, diverse cultural influences, and improving agricultural production. A typical establishment might offer hearty standards adapted to local preferences alongside regionally distinctive specialties featuring seafood, game, and seasonal produce prepared using techniques drawn from the diverse traditions present in these territories. Southwest territories of the New Mexico, Arizona, and portions of Southern California and Texas developed perhaps the most distinctive regional variation on saloon cuisine, shaped by the area's Spanish colonial heritage, substantial Mexican population, Native American influences, and adaptation to desert conditions. The resulting culinary landscape differed dramatically from other Western regions while still fulfilling the basic social and nutritional functions of saloon dining. The cantina tradition, Spanish-Mexican drinking establishments preceding American settlement, provided the foundation for many Southwest saloon operations, creating continuity in culinary practices rather than the disruption common in regions without pre-existing European settlement. These operations typically offered food reflecting centuries of adaptation to local conditions, with corn, beans, and chili peppers forming the core ingredient trio around which most preparations centered. Mesa preparations, dishes utilizing corn treated with lime, calcium hydroxide, and ground into versatile dough, featured prominently in Southwest saloon cuisine. Tortillas served as both edible utensils and food wrappings, allowing for practical consumption without extensive tableware. Tamales provided portable, preserved food, suitable for travelers and workers needing sustaining meals away from established eating facilities. Various stews and stuffed preparations utilize this versatile ingredient base to create distinctive, regional specialties. Chili peppers, in remarkable variety, distinguished Southwest cuisine from other regional variations. These peppers, fresh, dried, smoked, or prepared into sauces, provided both distinctive flavor profiles and significant nutritional benefits, contributing vitamin C and other micronutrients often lacking in frontier diets. The famous chili queens of San Antonio, women who sold chili con carne and other Mexican dishes in outdoor stands before being gradually incorporated into more formal dining establishments, exemplified the integration of these culinary traditions into the developing restaurant landscape of the region. Native American agricultural products shaped Southwest saloon cuisine in distinctive ways. The Three Sisters agricultural complex, corn, beans, and squash grown together in sustainable systems developed by indigenous farmers over centuries, provided the foundation for many regional preparations. Additional dessert-adapted crops like tepary beans and cholla buds occasionally appeared in establishments frequented by customers familiar with these traditional ingredients, particularly in areas with substantial indigenous populations. Preservation. Techniques adapted to desert conditions influence Southwest saloon food even after refrigeration, and improved transportation reduced absolute necessity. Dried meat preparations like carne seca, similar to jerky but typically rehydrated and incorporated into various dishes rather than eaten as is, remained menu staples due to their distinctive flavor profiles and cultural significance, rather than merely practical considerations. Various pickled preparations utilizing vinegar and chili peppers similarly transitioned from necessity to cultural specialty as the region developed. The introduction of new livestock by Spanish colonizers, particularly sheep in New Mexico and cattle in Texas, created distinctive regional meat traditions that influenced saloon cuisine throughout the Southwest. New Mexican lamb preparations featuring distinctive chili-based seasonings appeared alongside Texas beef dishes, with regional variations emerging based on local herding traditions, available accompanying ingredients, and cultural preferences of local populations. As American settlement increased throughout the 19th century, Southwest saloon cuisine gradually incorporated elements reflecting new population segments while maintaining substantial continuity with earlier traditions. This culinary persistence distinguished the region from territories where American settlement essentially created new foodways rather than adapting existing ones, resulting in more distinctive and deeply rooted regional specialties than developed in many other Western areas during the same period. By the 1880s and 1890s, saloon dining in established Southwest communities represented perhaps the most distinctive regional cuisine across Western territories, with preparations and flavor profiles that remained largely unfamiliar to Americans from other regions. While establishments serving primarily Anglo clientele might offer more familiar American options alongside regional specialties, the core culinary identity of Southwest saloons maintained stronger connections to Spanish-Mexican heritage than to the general American food traditions shaping establishments in other territories. As you survey these regional variations in Western saloon cuisine, the diversity of offerings reflects not just practical adaptation to different environmental conditions, but the complex cultural interactions occurring as diverse populations established new communities across the expanding American frontier. These regional foodways represented both practical solutions to immediate needs and expressions of cultural identity maintained through food traditions, even as other aspects of frontier life necessitated adaptation and compromise. But how did these regional variations interact as populations moved between different Western territories? What happened in the culinary borderlands where regional traditions overlapped or competed? And how did improving transportation networks, industrializing food production, and increasing standardization toward the end of the 19th century affect these distinctive regional expressions? The interaction between different regional saloon cuisines created fascinating culinary borderlands where traditions overlapped, competed, and sometimes merged into distinctive hybrid forms. These interaction zones typically developed along transportation corridors, at trading hubs, and in communities experiencing significant population movement between different Western regions. Rather than maintaining rigid boundaries, regional food traditions proved remarkably fluid, absorbing influences while maintaining distinctive core identities that reflected local conditions and dominant cultural patterns. Railroad junctions provided particularly important sites for these culinary intersections. As the Transcontinental Railroad and its connecting lines expanded across Western territories during the latter half of the 19th century, junction towns served as transfer points, where passengers and crews from different regions mingled while waiting for connections. Saloons near these junctions necessarily catered to diverse clientele with varying regional expectations, often developing menus that included specialties from multiple traditions alongside standardized offerings familiar to travelers from different regions. Omaha, Nebraska, exemplified this junction town culinary phenomenon. Positioned as a major transfer point between eastern and western rail lines, the city's saloons served customers from virtually every western region alongside eastern, travelers experiencing their first encounter with frontier establishments. Contemporary accounts describe establishments offering remarkably diverse menus, Midwestern beef preparations, mining territory sourdough bread traditions, California-influenced Chinese-American dishes, and occasional Southwest specialties, all appearing in the same operations to accommodate varied customer expectations. Denver similarly developed as a culinary crossroads where multiple regional traditions converged. The city's position as both mining territory hub and cattle region connection point created natural overlap between these culinary traditions. Additionally, Denver's role as administrative and commercial center for multiple territories brought diverse populations with varying food preferences, creating customer bases for establishments specializing in different regional approaches, while encouraging hybrid operations incorporating elements from multiple traditions. Beyond these junction points, trading centers where multiple regional economies intersected created additional culinary borderlands. Kansas City's position between cattle territories and Midwestern agricultural regions allowed its saloons to combine abundant beef with diverse produce unavailable in more Western settlements. St. Louis served as gateway to multiple Western regions, its saloons incorporating elements from numerous traditions while maintaining Mississippi River connections that brought Southern influences into the mixture. These culinary borderlands proved particularly innovative, often developing distinctive, hybrid forms that eventually gained recognition as independent regional specialties. Kansas City's famous barbecue tradition, with origins in saloon operations, combining Southern smoking techniques with Western beef availability and sauce formulations, influenced by multiple regional condiment traditions, exemplifies this borderland culinary innovation. Denver's Western omelette, or Denver omelette, combining eggs with peppers, onions, ham, and cheese, similarly represented practical fusion of ingredients and techniques from multiple regional traditions. The movement of workers between different Western regions further blurred culinary boundaries while spreading regional specialties beyond their original territories. Railroad workers, miners following successive boom cycles, cowboys working different ranges, and various seasonal laborers carried food preferences and preparation knowledge between regions, requesting familiar dishes in new locations and sometimes introducing techniques or recipes to establishments receptive to menu expansion. Chinese cooks who found employment in saloon kitchens across virtually all Western regions served as particularly important cross-regional culinary ambassadors, These cooks often moved between different territories following job opportunities or community connections, bringing techniques and flavor combinations learned in one region to establishments in completely different areas. This mobility helped spread certain preparation methods, particularly stir-frying techniques and distinctive seasoning combinations, across regional boundaries that might otherwise have maintained greater culinary separation. Chuck wagon cooks who transitioned to permanent saloon kitchen positions similarly spread regional techniques beyond their original territories. Having developed highly practical cooking methods under challenging trail conditions, these individuals brought valuable skills to stationary operations throughout different Western regions. Their influence appeared particularly in efficient preparation methods for feeding large numbers with limited equipment and in distinctive flavoring approaches developed to enhance basic ingredients available during cattle drives. Military posts scattered across Western territories created additional opportunities for culinary cross-fertilization. Army cooks trained in standardized preparation methods operated alongside local culinary traditions, creating exchange opportunities as soldiers patronized local establishments and military personnel occasionally found post-service employment in civilian food operations. The military's supply chains sometimes introduced ingredients or preserved goods to regions where they had been previously unavailable, gradually influencing local preparation options. These various cross-regional exchanges grew increasingly common as transportation networks improved throughout the latter half of the 19th century. The multi-year journey that had characterized early Western migration gradually gave way to relatively comfortable railroad travel measured in days rather than months. This mobility allowed individuals to maintain familiarity with different regional cuisines rather than adapting completely to new local patterns, creating customer bases for establishments offering interregional specialties in previously isolated culinary territories. The gradual industrialization of American food production during this same period further influenced regional saloon cuisine, simultaneously making certain standardized products available across different territories while threatening distinctive local traditions dependent on specific preparation methods or ingredients. This tension between standardization and regional distinctiveness characterized the evolution of Western saloon cuisine during the final decades of the 19th century. Canned goods represented perhaps the most significant industrial influence on regional saloon cuisine during this period. While basic canned products had been available since before the Civil War, the industry expanded dramatically in scale, reliability, and product diversity during the 1870s and 1880s. Improved manufacturing processes, more reliable sealing methods, and economies of scale gradually transformed canned goods from expensive novelties or military supplies into practical ingredients for civilian food service operations across all Western regions. The ubiquity of certain canned products created the first truly national food brands, familiar across different territories. Condensed milk from companies like Borden's appeared on saloon tables throughout the West, offering stable dairy products. In regions where fresh milk remained unavailable or seasonal, Van Camp's pork and beans, Underwood deviled ham, and similar products achieved widespread distribution, appearing on saloon menus regardless of regional location and gradually influencing customer expectations around certain standard offerings. Commercial condiment production similarly contributed to cross-regional standardization while sometimes allowing for distinctive regional adaptations. Heinz ketchup, French's mustard, and Lear and Perrin's Worcestershire sauce became standard offerings on saloon tables throughout different Western territories, creating flavor consistency previously impossible given the variable availability of ingredients for house-made condiments. Regional operations sometimes incorporated these standardized products into local preparations, creating distinctive variations on otherwise familiar flavor profiles. The development of refrigerated rail transport revolutionized ingredient availability in many Western regions, allowing perishable products to reach previously isolated markets in usable condition. This technology significantly impacted regional saloon cuisine by making fresh meat, dairy, and produce available year-round in communities connected to rail networks. The resulting expanded ingredient availability simultaneously enriched local culinary possibilities, while potentially homogenizing offerings across different regions, now able to access similar perishable goods. Commercial baking operations gradually transformed bread service in Western saloons, particularly in more established communities with sufficient population to support dedicated bakeries. While sourdough traditions and house-made breads remained important in certain regions and establishments, commercially produced loaves became increasingly common accompaniments to saloon meals throughout different territories. These commercial products typically reflected standardized national patterns rather than distinctive regional traditions, contributing to partial homogenization of this important menu component. Brewing consolidation similarly affected beverage service across regional boundaries. While early frontier saloons necessarily relied on local brewing operations or imported spirits, the latter decades of the 19th century saw increasing market penetration by larger regional and national brewing operations. Companies like Anheuser-Busch developed sophisticated distribution networks utilizing refrigerated rail cars and local ice houses, allowing their standardized products to appear in establishments across different Western territories regardless of local brewing traditions. Cookbook publication during this period further contributed to cross-regional culinary exchange, while sometimes preserving distinctive regional traditions through documentation. Early commercial cookbooks like Fannie Farmer's Boston Cooking School Cookbook, 1896, reached Western territories through mail-order distribution and commercial book networks, providing standardized recipes that influenced both home cooking and commercial food preparation. Regional cookbooks documenting local specialties simultaneously preserved distinctive traditions while potentially spreading them beyond their original territories through published recipes. The increasing availability of commercial kitchen equipment gradually standardized certain aspects of saloon food preparation across different regions. Cast iron remained the dominant cookware material throughout this period, but manufactured stoves with more consistent heating properties began replacing locally constructed cooking arrangements in established communities. This standardized equipment made certain preparation techniques more reliable and consistent across different operations, influencing food consistency while potentially reducing some distinctive regional variations dependent on unique cooking arrangements. Commercial food processing operations extended their influence into Western saloon kitchens as the century progressed. Flour milling transitioned from local operations using stone grinding methods to industrial roller mill systems, producing more consistent products distributed nationally. Meatpacking consolidated into larger operations utilizing refrigerated distribution, gradually replacing local butchering with standardized cuts and products. These industrial developments influenced ingredient availability and characteristics across regional boundaries, contributing to partial homogenization of previously distinct culinary traditions. Despite these standardizing influences, regional saloon cuisines demonstrated remarkable resilience throughout the 19th century, maintaining distinctive characteristics even while incorporating industrial products and responding to changing transportation capabilities. This persistence reflected both practical adaptation to continuing regional differences in local ingredient availability and the cultural significance of food traditions as expressions of community identity and historical experience. California. Saloon cuisine maintained its distinctive multicultural character despite increasing integration into national supply networks. While establishments could access more standardized ingredients through improved transportation, they continued incorporating Chinese, Mexican, and European influences that distinguished their offerings from those in other regions. The agricultural abundance of California regions sustained farm-to-table practices before the modern concept existed, with saloons maintaining connections to local producers even as national distribution systems developed. Cattle Territory Saloon similarly sustained regional distinctiveness despite standardizing influences. While establishments could access more diverse ingredients through improved transportation, beef remained central to regional identity and customer expectations. Preparation methods, reflecting chuck wagon heritage and Mexican influences, continued distinguishing these operations from saloons in other territories, even as certain standardized commercial products appeared alongside regional specialties on expanding menus. Mining territory establishments perhaps felt standardizing pressures most significantly, as their original distinctiveness had stemmed partly from necessity rather than cultural heritage. As transportation improvements reduced isolation, saloons in these regions could access more diverse ingredients previously unavailable due to logistical constraints. Nevertheless, certain regional specialties, particularly those reflecting significant immigrant populations like Cornish miners, maintained their place on local menus due to cultural significance rather than mere practical necessity. Northwest saloons maintained regional distinctiveness primarily through continued emphasis on extraordinarily abundant local ingredients despite increasing availability of imported alternatives. Seafood remained central to coastal establishment identities, while game and foraged ingredients continued appearing on menus throughout the region. The distinctive logger's breakfast and similar hearty preparations adapted to local labor requirements, persisted as regional specialties even as certain standardized elements appeared alongside these distinctive offerings. Southwest saloon cuisine demonstrated perhaps the greatest resistance to national standardization, maintaining distinctive regional character throughout the 19th century and beyond. The deep cultural roots of these culinary traditions, combined with continuing demographic patterns supporting their maintenance, allowed Southwest establishments to incorporate certain standardized products without fundamentally altering their distinctive regional identity. Corn, beans, and chili peppers remained the foundational ingredient trio around which regional specialties developed, regardless of increasing availability of imported alternatives. The persistence of these regional distinctions despite standardizing influences reflected the continuing practical relevance of locally adapted cuisines even as transportation and industrial production reduced absolute necessity. Dishes developed for specific regional conditions, whether environmental, economic, or cultural, maintained relevance even when alternatives became available, evolving from pure necessity into expressions of regional identity and historical continuity. This tension between standardization and regional distinctiveness played out differently across various establishment types within the broad category of Western saloons. Operations serving primarily local clientele typically maintained stronger regional characteristics, while establishments oriented toward travelers or temporary residents more quickly incorporated standardized offerings familiar to diverse customers. This differentiation allowed multiple culinary approaches to coexist within the same communities, serving different customer segments with varying expectations and preferences. The physical presentation of saloon meals similarly evolved throughout this period, reflecting both standardizing influences and continuing regional variations. Early frontier establishments across all regions typically emphasized function over form, serving food in straightforward fashion on basic tableware with minimal attention to presentation aesthetics. As communities developed and competition increased, presentation standards gradually elevated, though with significant regional variations reflecting different cultural influences and customer expectations. California establishments, particularly those in more developed communities, increasingly adopted service styles reflecting the region's multicultural influences. Chinese serving vessels occasionally appeared alongside standard American tableware in operations influenced by that culinary tradition. Mexican presentation elements, particularly the use of multiple small dishes for different components rather than combined plate service, influenced establishments drawing on that heritage. These distinctive presentation approaches maintained regional differentiation, even as certain standardized elements appeared in operations throughout the territory. Cattle territory establishments generally maintained straightforward presentation, styles emphasizing portion size and substance over elaborate arrangement. The large platters of steaks, potatoes, and accompanying items characteristic of these operations reflected both customer expectations and the practical realities of high-volume service during busy periods. Even as tableware quality improved, in established communities, the fundamental approach to food presentation typically maintained this emphasis on substance over style. Mining territory saloons demonstrated perhaps the most striking internal contrast between basic offerings and occasional luxury presentation. Establishments in prosperous mining communities sometimes featured surprisingly elaborate service for certain specialties, particularly dishes designed to display mining wealth through expensive imported ingredients or tableside preparation. These prestige presentations existed alongside continuing basic service for standard items, creating distinctive dual-standard operations reflecting the boom and bust economy of many mining regions. Northwest establishments typically emphasized abundance in presentation, with the famous logger's breakfast and similar specialties arranged to showcase the sheer quantity of food provided. Seafood presentations in coastal operations sometimes reflected attention to freshness and natural appearance, influenced by both Native American and Asian approaches, emphasizing minimal intervention with high-quality ingredients. These regional presentation styles persisted, even as certain standardized elements appeared in operations throughout the territory. Southwest saloon cuisine maintained perhaps the most distinctive presentation approaches, reflecting the region's Spanish-Mexican heritage rather than standard American service patterns. The use of communal serving vessels for certain preparations, distinctive pottery reflecting regional ceramic traditions, and arrangement patterns emphasizing visual contrast between colorful ingredients all distinguished these operations from saloons in other Western territories. These presentation elements maintained regional identity even when similar ingredients might be available in establishments across different territories. The dining spaces themselves similarly reflected both standardizing influences and continuing regional variations. Early frontier establishments across all regions typically featured minimal dedicated dining arrangements, perhaps a few rough tables near the bar where patrons could consume simple meals while remaining in the primary social space. As communities developed and competition increased, many operations expanded their dining facilities, though with significant regional variations reflecting different cultural influences and customer expectations. By the 1880s and 1890s, saloons in established communities across different Western regions typically featured several distinct dining arrangements serving different customer segments and meal occasions. The free lunch counter near the bar maintained the traditional connection between drinking and basic food service. Separate table areas accommodated more substantial meals consumed seated rather than standing. Some operations developed distinct dining rooms physically separated from bar areas, allowing for service to women and families who might avoid main bar spaces considered inappropriate for respectable female patronage. California establishments often developed the most elaborate dining spaces, particularly in urban centers like San Francisco, where competition drove continuous improvement in physical facilities. These operations sometimes featured remarkably sophisticated dining rooms with tablecloths, proper place settings, and service standards approaching those of dedicated restaurants. The multicultural influences characteristic of the region appeared in distinctive decorative elements, creating dining environments that reflected the territory's unique demographic development. Cattle territory establishments typically maintained more utilitarian dining spaces even in established communities, reflecting both practical considerations and customer preferences. The large dining rooms characteristic of major cattle town saloons emphasized capacity and efficiency over aesthetic refinement, with sturdy furniture designed for durability rather than comfort or appearance. These spaces reflected the periodic, high-volume service required during cattle shipping seasons, while accommodating more consistent local patronage between these busy periods. Mining territory saloons demonstrated particularly striking evolution in dining spaces as communities transitioned from temporary camps to established settlements. Early operations featured minimal facilities, often limited to standing consumption at rough bars or basic benches. As mining communities stabilized and prosperity increased, dining facilities expanded dramatically in successful establishments, sometimes featuring surprisingly elegant spaces designed to display community success and permanence, despite the inherent uncertainty of mining-based economies. Northwest establishments typically develop dining spaces reflecting the region's distinctive labor patterns and environmental conditions. The large eating areas required to accommodate logging crews created distinctive spatial arrangements in operations serving these populations. Establishments in coastal communities often featured designs maximizing natural light and sometimes views of water, creating distinctive dining environments that reflected regional geography and climate patterns. Southwest saloon dining spaces perhaps maintained the strongest connection to pre-American traditions, with many establishments evolved from or influenced by earlier cantina designs. Courtyards for outdoor dining during favorable weather, architectural elements reflecting Spanish colonial heritage, and spatial arrangements accommodating traditional service patterns all distinguished these operations from saloons in other Western territories. These distinctive environments reinforced regional culinary identity, even as certain standardized elements appeared in operations throughout the territory. The dining schedule in Western saloons similarly reflected both standardizing influences and continuing regional variations. Early frontier establishments across all regions typically offered food whenever operational, recognizing that work patterns, travel necessities, and community rhythms rarely conformed to standardized meal times. As communities developed and competition increased, many operations adopted more structured service schedules, though with significant regional variations reflecting different economic patterns and customer expectations. California establishments, particularly those in more developed communities, increasingly adopted scheduled meal service reflecting the region's relatively standardized work patterns. Fixed breakfast, lunch, and dinner hours became common in established operations, though often with continuing flexibility to accommodate irregular dining needs. These structured service patterns reflected the territory's relatively early transition from frontier conditions to more regulated community structures with standardized work schedules for substantial population segments. Cattle territory establishments maintained highly flexible service schedules even in developed communities, reflecting the irregular timing of cattle shipments and the 24-hour operation of stockyards during busy seasons. The ability to provide substantial meals at unusual hours remained an important competitive feature for these operations, distinguishing them from more standardized dining establishments that might offer superior refinement but less accommodating scheduling. This flexibility represented practical adaptation to regional economic patterns rather than merely frontier conditions. Mining territory saloons similarly maintained flexible food service schedules reflecting the industry's irregular work patterns. Operations in communities with active extraction typically adjusted their hours to accommodate shift changes, providing hot meals when workers completed their time underground regardless of conventional meal times. This scheduling flexibility remained important even in established communities where other businesses might adopt more standardized hours, representing continuing adaptation to the fundamental economic reality of continuous mining operations. Northwest. Establishments demonstrated perhaps the most extreme adaptation to regional labor patterns, particularly in operations serving logging and fishing industries with highly seasonal and weather-dependent work schedules. These saloons frequently maintain 24-hour food availability during peak activity periods, while potentially reducing hours during off-seasons or periods when weather conditions halted industry operations. This variable scheduling reflected practical adaptation to regional economic realities rather than adherence to either frontier conditions or standardizing national patterns. Southwest Saloon. Dining schedules often maintain connections to earlier Mexican patterns with different emphasis placed on various meal times than in other Western regions. The substantial midday meal tradition with lighter evening dining influenced many operations throughout these territories even as American patterns gradually modified some establishments' scheduling. This persistence reflected both continuing demographic patterns in many communities and the practical adaptation to desert conditions where midday heat made certain work activities impractical, shifting important caloric intake to morning and evening hours. As you consider these various dimensions of regional variation in Western saloon dining during the 19th century, the overarching impression is one of dynamic tension between standardizing influences and persistent regional distinctiveness. Rather than simple replacement of diverse local traditions with homogenized national patterns, the actual historical development involved continuous negotiation between practical adaptation to changing conditions and maintenance of culturally significant practices even when strict necessity diminished. This complex interaction between standardization and regional identity played out differently across various Western territories based on their specific environmental conditions, demographic patterns, economic foundations, and cultural heritage. The resulting culinary landscape demonstrated remarkable diversity despite increasing connection to national networks with distinctive regional expressions persisting alongside standardized elements that gradually appeared throughout all Western territories. But how did this culinary diversity actually manifest in the daily experiences of people consuming these meals? What deeper social functions did these distinctive regional foodways serve beyond mere sustenance? And how did the evolution of Western saloon dining throughout the 19th century lay foundations for American culinary traditions that would continue developing long after the frontier period concluded? The significance of regional variations in Western saloon dining extended far beyond mere culinary diversity, serving essential social functions that helped diverse populations establish communities under challenging frontier conditions. These distinctive foodways created opportunities for cultural maintenance among immigrant groups, facilitated integration between different populations, marked important status distinctions within developing communities, and helped establish regional identities that persisted long after initial settlement periods concluded. For immigrant populations establishing new lives across Western territories, regional saloon foodways offered crucial opportunities for cultural maintenance during periods of otherwise significant adaptation and change. Traditional dishes, familiar ingredients, and distinctive preparation methods provided psychological comfort and community connection when other aspects of daily life necessarily departed from established patterns. This cultural persistence through food appeared across numerous immigrant communities throughout different Western regions. Chinese immigrants in California and other Western territories maintained significant cultural continuity through distinctive foodways that appeared both in dedicated Chinese establishments and adapted forms in mainstream saloons employing Chinese cooks. Rice preparation methods, distinctive vegetable combinations, particular seasoning profiles, and specific cooking techniques like stir-frying represented more than mere culinary preferences. They constituted fundamental expressions of cultural identity maintained even while adapting to new ingredients and customer expectations. German immigrants throughout various Western regions similarly maintained cultural connections through distinctive food traditions that gradually influenced broader regional cuisines, sausage-making techniques, bread-baking methods, preservation approaches like sauerkraut production, and distinctive beer brewing traditions all represented cultural knowledge transferred to new environments. Saloons serving these communities offered familiar foods that helped maintain community bonds, while gradually introducing these traditions to broader populations through adapted preparations. Mexican populations in Southwest Territories and other regions with significant Hispanic settlement maintained particularly strong cultural continuity through foodways built around corn, beans, and chili peppers. These culinary traditions represented not just taste preferences but fundamental cultural orientations maintained despite political changes as territories transitioned from Mexican to American control. Cantinas and later saloons serving these communities preserved preparation methods and flavor profiles that maintained cultural identity across generations. Beyond cultural maintenance within specific immigrant groups, regional saloon foodways facilitated integration between different populations, establishing new communities together under frontier conditions. Shared meals created opportunities for cross-cultural exchange, gradual adaptation, and development of new hybrid traditions reflecting the diverse contributions of various groups within specific regional contexts. Mining camp saloons perhaps best exemplified this integrative function, bringing together workers from remarkably diverse backgrounds around shared tables and common meals. Contemporary accounts describe establishments where Irish, Cornish, Chinese, Mexican, and American miners ate alongside each other, gradually developing familiarity with different culinary traditions, while collectively creating new, hybrid preparations that eventually became regional specialties. These shared dining experiences created community connections that sometimes transcended significant cultural and linguistic differences. Cattle town saloons similarly facilitated integration between different populations connected to the livestock economy. Texas cowboys with distinctive Southern heritage, Mexican vaqueros bringing different traditions, Eastern investors and business representatives, and local residents serving this seasonal influx. The common meals shared in these establishments created mutual familiarity across significant cultural boundaries, with distinctive regional dishes like chili con carne representing hybrid developments, incorporating elements from multiple traditions. Railroad construction and operation created additional contexts where saloon dining facilitated integration between diverse populations. Establishments serving railroad workers, from Irish and Chinese laborers to engineers, conductors, and administrative personnel, necessarily accommodated different culinary expectations while creating shared dining experiences that built community connections. The hybrid dishes that sometimes emerged from these environments, like the Denver omelette, represented practical fusion of different culinary traditions meeting in these integrative spaces. Beyond these integrative functions, regional saloon foodways established and reinforced important status distinctions within developing Western communities. The specific dishes available, their preparation quality, presentation standards, and dining environments created multi-layered status systems that reflected economic differences, cultural capital, and community standing among different patron segments. In California's more developed communities, this status differentiation appeared particularly clearly in establishments offering multiple dining environments within single operations. The free lunch counter serving basic fare to standing customers, main dining room offering more elaborate meals at moderate prices, and sometimes private dining areas featuring premium ingredients prepared with greater sophistication collectively, created a complete status hierarchy within individual establishments. Patrons could literally see their community position reflected in which dining area they accessed and what appeared on their plates. Mining territory saloons similarly developed multi-layered status systems expressed through food service, though often with more dramatic contrasts reflecting the boom and bust economy of extraction industries. Establishments in prosperous mining communities might simultaneously serve basic beans and bread to ordinary miners while offering imported delicacies to successful mine owners or investors. These stark contrasts physically manifested the extreme wealth disparities characteristic of many mining regions, with culinary offerings directly reflecting economic stratification. Cattle territory establishments typically developed somewhat different status differentiation centered around quantity and specific cuts rather than elaborate preparation or imported ingredients. The ability to order and consume the largest steaks or most expensive cuts represented status markers in communities where beef abundance made basic access unremarkable. These distinctions reflected both economic capacity and physical ability to consume extraordinary quantities, a particular form of status display relevant to frontier environments where physical capacity carried special significance. Beyond economic status, regional saloon foodways marked important cultural distinctions. Within developing Western communities, the specific dishes patrons ordered, how they consumed them, and their knowledge regarding particular preparations all signaled cultural background, education level, and familiarity with different traditions. These distinctions created subtle but important differentiations even among patrons of similar economic means. In more developed California communities, familiarity with diverse cuisines represented significant cultural capital, marking individuals as cosmopolitan and experienced, rather than provincial or limited. The ability to appreciate and properly consume Chinese, Mexican, French, or Italian preparations, knowing appropriate sauces, seasoning adjustments, or consumption techniques, distinguished sophisticates from newly arrived customers lacking this multicultural culinary knowledge. Southwest territories developed different cultural markers regarding food knowledge and consumption patterns, understanding the nuances of chili pepper varieties, proper preparation methods for masa-based dishes, and regional distinctions within. Mexican culinary traditions represented important knowledge that distinguished long-standing community members from newcomers. These cultural distinctions sometimes transcended economic status, with working-class Hispanic residents possessing sophisticated understanding of regional foodways that wealthy but recently arrived Anglo patrons might entirely lack. These various status functions of regional saloon foodways created complex social environments where individuals navigated multiple overlapping systems simultaneously. A patron's specific food choices might reflect economic capacity, cultural background, regional familiarity, and personal identity expression all at once. The resulting dining patterns created nuanced social contexts where food served as important communication medium beyond mere sustenance. Beyond these functions within specific communities, regional saloon foodways gradually helped establish broader territorial identities that distinguish different Western regions from each other and from Eastern states. As initially practical adaptations to local conditions evolved into recognized culinary traditions, they became important components of regional self-definition, marking belonging and difference in increasingly explicit ways. California's diverse, produce-rich cuisine became part of the territory's identity as distinctive from other Western regions and Eastern traditions. The integration of multiple cultural influences, emphasis on fresh ingredients, and relatively sophisticated preparation methods in established communities all contributed to an emerging California culinary identity that would eventually develop into recognized regional cuisine extending far beyond saloon dining. Cattle territories similarly developed regional identities significantly shaped by distinctive foodways centered around beef preparation methods, Mexican-influenced seasonings, and particular accompaniments. The famous chili con carne originated in saloon kitchens eventually became shorthand reference for entire regional culinary traditions, representing both practical adaptation to available ingredients and cultural integration between different populations sharing these territories. The Southwest developed perhaps the strongest regional culinary identity, maintaining distinctive traditions deeply rooted in Spanish-Mexican heritage, adapted to specific local conditions. These foodways represented not just practical solutions to survival in challenging environments, but fundamental expressions of regional identity distinct from other Western territories and Eastern traditions. The persistence of these distinctive patterns eventually developed into recognized regional cuisine that maintained remarkable continuity from 19th century saloon offerings to modern restaurant service. The legacy of these regional variations in Western saloon dining extended far beyond their immediate historical moment, establishing foundations for continuing American culinary traditions. Many dishes developed or popularized in 19th century saloons eventually entered broader American foodways, sometimes maintaining clear regional associations while occasionally transcending their origins to become national standards. Chili con carne exemplifies this evolutionary pattern, developing from practical frontier adaptation in Texas saloons to recognized regional specialty to eventually nationally familiar dish, though often in forms significantly modified from original preparations. The basic combination of meat, chilies, and spices developed in Southwest territories gradually spread nationwide while maintaining strongest associations with its region of origin, creating layered meanings depending on where and how it appeared. On menus, sourdough bread followed similar evolutionary patterns from practical mining camp necessity to recognized San Francisco specialty to eventually nationwide artisanal product. The distinctive tangy loaves that originally represented practical adaptation to limited yeast availability in remote locations gradually transformed into deliberate regional specialty and eventually premium product marketed specifically for its historical connections and distinctive flavor profile. The Western, or Denver, omelette similarly evolved from practical adaptation to recognizable regional specialty to eventually standardized national menu item. The combination of eggs with peppers, onions, ham, and cheese, initially representing practical use of available ingredients in railroad junction establishments, gradually standardized into familiar preparation available throughout American dining establishments while maintaining nominal connection to its Western origins. Beyond specific dishes, the regional dining patterns developed in Western saloons established broader approaches to American food service that continued influencing national practices long after the frontier period concluded. The emphasis on generous portions, characteristic of most Western regions, became standardized expectation in American restaurant dining generally. The practical fusion of diverse cultural influences established patterns for continuing American culinary innovation, drawing from multiple traditions simultaneously. The physical arrangements developed in Western saloon dining spaces similarly established enduring patterns in American restaurant design. The distinction between bar service and more formal dining areas, the development of private rooms for special occasions or specific clientele, and the general emphasis on open, communal dining spaces rather than European-style compartmentalization, all represented approaches that continued influencing American restaurant design well beyond the 19th century. Even the scheduling flexibility developed to accommodate irregular frontier work patterns established enduring expectations in American food service. The development of all-day breakfast service, late-night dining options, and generally more flexible meal scheduling than European traditions all represented practical adaptations to Western conditions that eventually became characteristic features of American dining culture more broadly. The social functions of Western saloon dining similarly established patterns that continued influencing American food culture beyond specific regional traditions. The use of shared meals to facilitate integration between diverse populations, the development of status distinctions expressed through dining choices, and the connection between food traditions and regional identity all represented approaches that continued characterizing American relationships with food long after initial settlement periods concluded. As the 19th century drew to a close, the distinctive regional foodways developed in Western saloons had established foundations for enduring American culinary traditions, while creating immediate practical solutions to the challenges of frontier community development. These traditions represented both practical adaptation to specific local conditions and deeper cultural expressions that helped diverse populations establish new communities while maintaining connections to various heritage traditions. For modern observers, understanding these regional variations in Western saloon dining provides valuable context for appreciating both American culinary history and broader patterns of community development under frontier conditions. The diverse food traditions that emerged across different Western territories remind us that the Wild West of popular imagination represented not a monolithic experience, but a complex tapestry of regional adaptations shaped by specific environmental conditions, available resources, and the cultural backgrounds of those establishing new communities in challenging environments. The culinary legacy of these regional variations continues influencing American food culture in the present day, with many distinctive traditions maintaining strong connections to their 19th century saloon origins. From California fusion to Southwestern specialties, Texas barbecue to Pacific Northwest seafood preparations, the regional foodways developed during Western settlement continue shaping American culinary identity through restaurants, cookbooks, food media, and home cooking traditions that maintain connections to these historical foundations. As you contemplate the remarkable diversity that characterized Western saloon dining throughout the 19th century, it becomes apparent that food served far more significant functions than mere sustenance in frontier community development. The distinctive regional cuisines that emerged across different territories represented both practical solutions to immediate needs and profound cultural expressions that helped transform challenging frontier environments into functional communities with recognized identities and internal social structures. This culinary heritage, with its diverse regional expressions and practical adaptations to local conditions, continues enriching American food culture in the present day, a lasting legacy of the innovation, cultural exchange, and practical problem-solving that characterized Western saloon dining during the critical period when diverse populations established new communities across the expanding American frontier. The integration of business activity with saloon dining created another significant social dimension for these establishments. In communities where formal office space remained limited and financial institutions operated sporadically, if at all, saloon dining rooms functioned as de facto business centers where commercial transactions, negotiations, and planning regularly occurred alongside eating and drinking. The multi-hour nature of many business discussions made dining spaces particularly suitable for these activities, allowing substantive conversations to continue through complete meals rather than requiring dedicated meeting spaces. Contemporary business correspondents frequently referenced meals as time frames for important discussions. Meet me for dinner at Carson's Place Thursday to conclude our arrangement, or join my table for lunch tomorrow to discuss the property. Boundaries appear regularly in preserved business communications from this period. Mining claim transactions, cattle sales, land purchases, and various commercial partnerships were regularly negotiated over saloon meals, with handshake agreements sometimes formalized through documents drafted at dining tables. Banking functions occasionally occurred in these same spaces, with loans arranged, payments collected, or credit extended through conversations conducted over meals. These practices reflected both practical necessity in communities lacking specialized business infrastructure and cultural preferences for conducting significant transactions in social contexts that built relationship alongside formal agreements. The physical arrangement of saloon dining spaces facilitated these business functions through varied seating options offering different levels of privacy. While main dining areas featured communal tables promoting general socialization, many established saloons also provided corner tables, partially screened areas, or even private dining rooms where sensitive business discussions could occur with appropriate discretion. This layout flexibility allowed single establishments to simultaneously serve multiple social functions, accommodating both public community building and more private commercial activities. Information exchange represented another crucial social function of saloon dining environments in frontier communities lacking formal communication infrastructure. In settlements where newspapers published weekly at best, postal service operated irregularly, and telegraph connections remained limited or non-existent, person-to-person information sharing during meals provided essential knowledge circulation throughout the community. The daily gathering of diverse community members around saloon tables created natural information distribution networks where news, rumors, opportunities, and warnings circulated through conversation. Regular patrons recognized specific establishments or even particular tables as reliable sources for different types of information: mining news, cattle prices, railroad scheduling, politics, or distant events. This informal but essential knowledge circulation system operated primarily through mealtime conversations rather than drinking-focused interactions, as dining naturally facilitated extended discussions where complex information could be shared. For newcomers to frontier communities, these information exchanges during shared meals provided crucial orientation that might determine their success or failure in unfamiliar environments. Through casual mealtime conversations, recent arrivals learned about local conditions, employment opportunities, dangerous areas or individuals to avoid, and community expectations regarding behavior and contributions. This practical knowledge transfer occurring naturally through shared dining rather than formal orientation processes helped integrate diverse populations into functioning communities despite minimal formal structures. Entertainment and cultural expression frequently integrated with saloon dining, creating additional social dimensions beyond mere food consumption. While drinking areas might feature card games or occasional musical performances, dining spaces often accommodated more elaborate entertainment suitable for consumption alongside meals. In more established operations, this might include scheduled performances by traveling musicians, readings by local literary societies, or presentations by various community organizations. These cultural activities centered around meal times created important community cohesion through shared experience, particularly in settlements otherwise lacking dedicated entertainment venues. The integration of dining with performances allowed establishment owners to accommodate community cultural needs while maintaining profitable food service, creating sustainability for activities that might not have supported dedicated venues during initial settlement periods. Educational functions sometimes emerged from these cultural activities associated with saloon dining, particularly in communities where formal educational institutions developed slowly. Informal lectures on practical subjects, demonstrations of useful techniques, and occasional academic presentations occurred in saloon dining rooms because these spaces could accommodate groups while providing sustenance during extended learning activities. These educational opportunities, though irregular and unstandardized, helped meet community knowledge needs while formal school systems gradually developed. Religious activity occasionally integrated with saloon dining in communities, lacking dedicated church buildings during initial settlement periods. While this combination might seem contradictory from modern perspectives associating saloons primarily with vice, historical records describe various religious groups utilizing saloon dining spaces for meetings, particularly when alternative facilities could not accommodate their numbers or when inclement weather prevented outdoor gatherings. These arrangements typically involve temporary suspension of alcohol service during religious use, reflecting pragmatic frontier adaptation rather than contradiction of values. Charitable functions represented another significant social dimension of saloon dining in many Western communities. Free meals for individuals experiencing hardship, whether due to injury, illness, unemployment, or recent arrival without resources, became regular practices in established operations. These charitable activities, while rarely formalized through written policies, created essential safety nets in communities lacking government welfare systems or established social service organizations. The communal nature of these charitable practices reflected broader frontier adaptation strategies emphasizing mutual support through practical assistance rather than institutionalized charity. A miner injured and unable to work might find meals provided without comment at his regular saloon until recovery. A newly widowed woman might discover her children fed at certain establishments while she established means of support. These arrangements operated through tacit community understanding rather than formal application processes, creating dignified assistance integrated into normal community functioning. Healthcare delivery occasionally occurred in connection with saloon dining spaces, particularly during emergency situations or disease outbreaks when communities lacked sufficient medical facilities. The relatively large, accessible spaces available in saloon dining rooms sometimes served as temporary treatment areas during accidents involving multiple injuries. During epidemic situations, these same spaces occasionally functioned as supplementary care facilities when dedicated medical spaces proved insufficient for community needs. Less dramatically but more regularly, saloon dining environments provided opportunities for monitoring community health through daily observation of regular patrons. Proprietors and staff often noticed when regular customers showed signs of illness, injury, or decline, sometimes intervening directly or alerting family members or friends when individuals required assistance. This informal health monitoring system, operating through the regularity of daily meals rather than structured medical checkups, created additional safety nets in communities with limited professional medical resources. Family celebrations occasionally occurred in saloon dining spaces despite the establishment's associations with predominantly male recreation. Weddings, christening celebrations, funeral meals, and anniversary observances utilized these spaces in communities lacking alternative venues with sufficient capacity for group gatherings. These family-centered events typically occurred during daytime hours with modified service practices emphasizing food rather than alcohol, creating temporary transformations of spaces otherwise associated with male-dominated activities. The significance of these occasions extended beyond practical venue considerations to represent important community integration moments where frontier settlements established continuity with traditional celebrations despite changed circumstances. The ability to maintain significant life cycle observations through adapted venues and practices helped normalize frontier experience while building community identity through shared celebration, despite the challenges of establishing new settlements. In often difficult environments, the development of specialized dining areas for different social purposes eventually emerged in more established Western communities, reflecting both increasing population diversity and evolving expectations regarding appropriate separation between various activities. Establishments in larger settlements gradually created distinct spaces, main bar rooms for drinking and casual socialization, general dining areas for everyday meals, private rooms for business discussions or family gatherings, and sometimes separate ladies' dining rooms with dedicated entrances allowing female patrons to avoid passing through main bar areas considered inappropriate for respectable women. This spatial differentiation reflected evolving community standards rather than initial frontier conditions, with saloons gradually adapting to accommodate more complex social expectations as settlements transitioned from raw outposts to established communities. The development of specialized dining spaces allowing different demographic groups to utilize the same establishment without direct interaction represented physical manifestation of increasing social stratification occurring throughout Western territories as initial settlement gave way to more developed community structures. The social functions served by saloon dining spaces thus evolved throughout the settlement process, beginning with highly integrated multi-purpose environments, where diverse activities occurred simultaneously in shared spaces and gradually developing more specialized arrangements as communities established dedicated venues for activities initially accommodated through practical adaptation of available facilities. This evolution reflected broader community development patterns while maintaining the central importance of food service as facilitating mechanism for essential social interactions throughout different development stages. For you as potential patron of these establishments, the experience would have varied dramatically based on when and where you found yourself in the Western Territories. Entering a mining camp saloon in the 1850s, you might find yourself sharing bench space with individuals from remarkably diverse backgrounds, all consuming basic but filling fare while exchanging critical information about claim conditions or employment opportunities. Your dining neighbors might include experienced miners, recent immigrants speaking minimal English, educated Easterners seeking fortune, and occasional indigenous individuals negotiating complex cultural boundaries through these shared spaces. Visiting a Kansas cattle town saloon during the 1870s, you would likely encounter different social patterns centered around the dining tables. Seasonal cowboys temporarily flush with payment following cattle drives might occupy central tables, consuming enormous steaks while exchanging trail stories. Local businessmen could be observed in corner locations conducting transactions over more modest meals. Town residents seeking affordable sustenance rather than alcohol might quietly occupy peripheral tables, participating in the social environment without engaging directly in its more boisterous aspects. Entering an established Denver saloon during the 1880s or 1890s, you would encounter far more specialized spaces reflecting the community's development into a structured urban environment. The main bar might maintain traditional male-dominated drinking patterns while separate dining rooms accommodated family meals, business discussions, or ladies' luncheons. The food itself would likely show greater sophistication than frontier predecessors, though continuing to reflect regional ingredients and cultural influences that distinguished Western preparations from Eastern counterparts. Throughout these variations, the fundamental social significance of saloon dining remained consistent, creating essential gathering spaces where diverse community members could interact through the shared experience of consuming food together. This basic human activity, adapted to frontier conditions through practical necessity and cultural fusion, created foundational social connections that helped transform isolated individuals into functioning communities despite the challenges of establishing new settlements in often difficult environments. But how did these saloon dining environments establish, maintain, or occasionally challenge social hierarchies developing within frontier communities? What specific roles did different demographic groups play within these spaces, and how did these roles evolve throughout the settlement process? How did the increasing stratification of Western society manifest through changes in saloon dining arrangements as communities developed more complex social structures? The social hierarchies emerging in Western frontier communities manifested clearly through saloon dining arrangements, creating visible physical representations of developing status distinctions. While early settlement establishments often featured remarkably egalitarian environments created through practical necessity, increasing stratification appeared as communities developed more stable populations and economic differentiation. These evolving arrangements simultaneously reflected existing social structures and sometimes created opportunities for challenging established patterns through the relatively informal environments characteristic of frontier dining economic status. Distinctions appeared most obviously through multi-tiered service options developing within individual establishments or between different operations serving the same communities. In more established settlements, single saloons often offered distinct service levels: the free lunch counter available to any paying drinker, standard table service at moderate prices, and sometimes premium options in private rooms or special seating areas. These visible distinctions physically manifested economic stratification, while allowing different classes to occupy the same establishment, creating both separation and potential interaction between different community segments. Between establishments, clear status hierarchies emerged as communities developed sufficient population to support multiple operations targeting different economic segments. Contemporary business directories from developed Western communities typically described saloons using revealing terminology. Workingmen's exchange, or miners' retreat, indicated operations serving primarily labor-class customers with basic, affordable offerings. Gentlemen's resort, or merchants' exchange, signaled establishments catering to business and professional classes with more refined dining options and higher prices. These designations created informal but generally understood status mapping across different establishments within single communities. The physical positioning of customers within saloon dining spaces further reinforced economic hierarchies. In operations serving diverse clientele, prime locations, corner tables away from main traffic areas, seating with better lighting or ventilation, positions near windows with views or natural light, typically went to higher status patrons through either formal assignment or informal understanding. Lower status customers generally occupied less desirable positions, near kitchen doors with accompanying noise and heat, at communal tables rather than private settings, or in peripheral locations with limited service attention. Menu options within single establishments often reflected these economic distinctions through tiered pricing structures and ingredient quality variations. A typical established saloon might offer basic daily specials at accessible prices alongside premium options featuring better cuts, imported ingredients, or more elaborate preparation methods at significantly higher costs. These differentiated offerings allowed proprietors to maximize revenue from wealthier patrons while maintaining accessibility for working-class customers, simultaneously accommodating and visibly displaying economic stratification within the community. Service timing created additional status differentiation, even when consuming similar foods. Higher status patrons typically received priority attention, with orders taken and delivered promptly, regardless of arrival sequence. Working-class customers often experienced longer waits during busy periods, with their service subordinated to more economically valuable patrons. These practices, though rarely formalized in written policies, operated through tacit understanding between staff and management regarding customer prioritization based on perceived economic value and social standing. Tableware and presentation. Standards similarly reinforced status distinctions, with visible differences in service items provided to different customer categories. Higher status patrons might receive actual table linens, proper glassware, and complete place settings, while working-class customers ate from plain surfaces using minimal utensils, with food presented without decorative elements. These visible distinctions communicated status to everyone present, reinforcing social hierarchies through material differences experienced during otherwise similar dining activities. Beyond purely economic distinctions, occupational status significantly influenced positioning within saloon dining hierarchies. In mining communities, claim owners occupied higher status positions than wage laborers, regardless of temporary income differences that might occasionally give successful miners brief financial advantages over small-scale operators. In cattle communities, ranch owners maintained higher status than even well-paid trail bosses, who themselves ranked above ordinary cowboys. These occupational distinctions often transcended immediate economic circumstances to reflect longer-term community standing and perceived stability within local economic systems. Professional status similarly influenced saloon dining hierarchies across different Western regions. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, and newspaper editors typically received preferential treatment regardless of their actual wealth, compared to occasionally prosperous merchants or temporarily successful speculators. This preferential treatment manifested through better table locations, more attentive service, occasional menu customization, and sometimes credit privileges unavailable to customers of similar financial means but lower professional standing. These developing status systems largely reflected broader social hierarchies emerging throughout Western settlements, rather than unique patterns specific to saloon environments. However, the relative informality of saloon dining compared to more structured social settings occasionally created opportunities for status negotiation or boundary crossing difficult to achieve in other community contexts. The practical nature of frontier food service sometimes allowed demonstrated competence, useful knowledge, or personal qualities to temporarily override otherwise rigid status distinctions. Particularly in early settlement periods or specialized economic environments, individuals with critical skills or knowledge sometimes achieved higher status within saloon dining hierarchies than their formal economic or social position might suggest. An experienced prospector with proven ability to identify promising claims might receive treatment comparable to more wealthy patrons despite limited personal resources. A skilled tracker or guide with detailed knowledge of surrounding territories might find themselves welcomed at tables otherwise reserved for higher economic classes. These practical accommodations reflected frontier priorities regarding valuable contributions regardless of formal status indicators. Racial and ethnic hierarchies manifested prominently but inconsistently throughout Western saloon dining environments, reflecting both broader societal patterns and specific regional variations in demographic composition and economic relationships. The experiences of different non-Anglo populations varied dramatically across different territories and developmental periods, creating complex and sometimes contradictory patterns of inclusion and exclusion within these dining spaces. Chinese populations experience particularly significant segregation in many Western communities, often fully excluded from mainstream saloon dining environments or restricted to separate sections with limited service options. This exclusion reflected broader anti-Chinese sentiment throughout Western territories, particularly following economic downturns when competition for limited resources intensified existing prejudices. Even Chinese cooks employed in saloon kitchens frequently ate separately from Anglo customers, maintaining boundaries between food production and consumption despite their essential contributions to the establishment's operations. Mexican and Hispanic populations experienced more variable treatment across different territories, with inclusion or exclusion largely determined by local demographic patterns and historical relationships. In territories with long-established Mexican communities predating American control, integration often occurred more extensively than in regions where Hispanic populations represented more recent migration. Border territories frequently developed hybrid establishments serving multiple populations, while interior regions more commonly maintained rigid separation between Anglo and Mexican dining environments. Native American relationships with saloon dining environments reflected both formal legal restrictions and informal social boundaries. Federal prohibitions against serving alcohol to indigenous people theoretically limited their participation in establishments where dining remained closely integrated with drinking. In practice, enforcement varied dramatically across different regions and periods, with some establishments developing service patterns that accommodated native customers for food service while maintaining technical compliance with alcohol restrictions. Through various arrangements, African American access to Western saloon dining similarly varied across different regions and developmental periods. While legal segregation remained less formalized than in southern states during this period, informal practices frequently limited black customers to separate sections specific establishments, or service times in many Western communities. These limitations appeared most rigid in territories with southern migration patterns and less restrictive in mining regions where labor shortages occasionally created pragmatic inclusion despite continuing prejudice. European immigrants experienced hierarchical positioning based on both national origin and assimilation stage, with complex status systems distinguishing between different groups beyond simple immigrant categorization. British, German, and Scandinavian immigrants typically integrated more quickly into mainstream saloon dining environments, while Southern and Eastern European groups often faced longer periods of marginal status. These distinctions reflected both cultural prejudices and practical factors related to language barriers and occupational positioning within local economies. Gender created particularly significant boundaries within saloon dining environments, with women's access and participation heavily restricted through both formal policies and social expectations. The gendered nature of these spaces evolved throughout the settlement process, beginning with almost complete male domination in early frontier establishments and gradually developing more nuanced arrangements as communities stabilized and gender ratios balanced through increased family migration and community development. In early settlement periods, women's presence in saloon dining environments typically remained limited to two particular categories: sex workers operating within or adjacent to the establishments, and occasionally the wives or female family members of proprietors who might assist with food preparation or service. Neither category represented general female access to these spaces as customers, maintaining clear gender segregation despite these limited female presences within the operations. As Western communities developed more balanced gender demographics, through family migration and settlement, some establishments began creating separate ladies' dining rooms, physically segregated from main bar areas. These spaces, sometimes with dedicated exterior entrances allowing women to avoid passing through male-dominated bar sections, represented partial accommodation of female patronage while maintaining significant gender separation. The development of these segregated dining areas reflected both commercial interest in expanding potential customer bases and evolving community standards regarding appropriate female movement through public spaces. These ladies' dining rooms typically operated under different social rules than main saloon areas, with modified service practices emphasizing food rather than alcohol, enhanced physical amenities, creating more refined environments, and sometimes separate staff assigned specifically to these sections. The physical separation and distinctive operational patterns maintained clear gender differentiation while allowing establishments to serve multiple demographic segments within single operations, maximizing potential revenue while accommodating community expectations regarding appropriate gender separation. Women's access to these segregated dining spaces remained further controlled through expectations regarding appropriate accompaniment. Respectable women typically entered saloon dining rooms only when accompanied by male family members or in established female groups rather than as individual customers. Unaccompanied women in these environments risked reputation damage through association with the establishment's primary identity as male recreation space, creating practical limitations beyond formal access restrictions. The physical design of these gender-segregated dining spaces within saloon environments communicated clear status messaging regarding women's conditional presence in predominantly male establishments. Screens, curtains, separate entrances, and sometimes elevated platforms physically manifested the separation considered necessary between female diners and male drinking activities occurring elsewhere in the establishment. These architectural features simultaneously allowed female presence while emphasizing its exceptional nature through visible containment within specially designated areas. While these gender boundaries remained relatively rigid in most Western communities throughout the 19th century, certain circumstances occasionally created exceptional patterns allowing greater female integration within saloon dining environments. Mining camps with extremely imbalanced gender ratios sometimes granted unusual status to the few women present, allowing access to spaces otherwise maintained as exclusively male domains. Family-owned operations occasionally integrated female family members more extensively into general service areas than would be permitted for unrelated women within the same communities. Beyond gender divisions between customers, saloon dining environments frequently reinforced occupational gender segregation through staff assignments and visibility hierarchies. Kitchen workers, often including women in food preparation roles, typically remained hidden from customer view, while male servers interacted directly with predominantly male clientele. When female servers appeared in these environments, their assignments usually remained restricted to segregated ladies' dining sections rather than main service areas, maintaining gender separation even within employment patterns. Age hierarchies similarly manifested through saloon dining arrangements, though with significant variation across different community types and developmental stages. In established settlements with substantial family presence, age-based access restrictions often limited children's presence to specific hours, designated family sections, or particular meal services considered appropriate for younger community members. These limitations reflected both concerns regarding exposure to adult activities and practical considerations about behavioral expectations in environments primarily designed for adult socialization. The social hierarchies visible through these various arrangements remain dynamic rather than static, evolving as Western communities developed from initial settlement through increasing stabilization and eventual integration with broader national patterns. This evolution generally followed patterns of increasing stratification and formalization, with early frontier environments characterized by relative fluidity gradually giving way to more structured arrangements reflecting more complex social organizations as communities matured. The timing and specific manifestations of these evolutionary patterns varied significantly across different regions, with isolated mining communities often maintaining more egalitarian arrangements while agricultural settlements typically developed more structured hierarchies earlier in their developmental trajectories. Urban centers like San Francisco, Denver, or Portland established highly stratified dining environments by the 1870s and 1880s, while remote territories might maintain simpler social structures into the 1890s and beyond. These evolving social arrangements within saloon dining environments reflected broader community development patterns rather than independent evolution, with food service spaces providing visible manifestation of changes occurring throughout Western settlements. As communities transitioned from raw frontier outposts toward established towns and cities, saloon dining evolved from primarily practical sustenance provision toward increasingly complex social environments, encoding multiple status dimensions through spatial arrangements, service patterns, and consumption options. For contemporary participants, navigating these evolving social systems required considerable knowledge beyond simple economic capacity, understanding which establishments served which demographic segments, where to sit based on one's social position, appropriate ordering patterns reflecting status expectations, and proper interaction behaviors with staff and other patrons, all represented critical social knowledge that distinguished community insiders from newcomers or outsiders. This knowledge, rarely formalized through written guidelines, operated through observation, experience, and occasional correction when boundaries were inappropriately crossed. But how did these evolving social arrangements eventually transition toward the more standardized dining environments that would develop in the early 20th century? What forces, both from within Western communities and from broader national trends, gradually transformed the distinctive regional patterns established during frontier settlement? And what legacies of these saloon dining traditions continued, influencing American food service even after the frontier period concluded? The transition from frontier saloon dining arrangements toward more standardized early 20th century restaurant patterns occurred gradually through multiple converging influences rather than sudden transformation. This evolutionary process combined internal developments within Western communities with external pressures from national trends, creating complex adaptation patterns that maintained certain regional characteristics while incorporating broader standardization elements. Understanding this transition provides valuable insight into how distinctive frontier institutions gradually integrated into national cultural patterns while leaving lasting legacies on American dining traditions. The physical infrastructure of Western communities underwent significant transformation during the latter decades of the 19th century, creating material conditions that directly influenced saloon dining evolution. Permanent buildings replaced temporary structures, allowing for more specialized design accommodating different functions within single establishments. Improved construction methods and materials created opportunities for better kitchen facilities, dedicated dining spaces with appropriate ventilation and lighting, and general environmental improvements enhancing dining experiences beyond mere functional sustenance. Transportation development particularly influenced this transition through dramatically improved supply chains connecting Western settlements to national distribution networks. Railroad expansion throughout the 1870s and 1880s gradually ended the isolation that had necessitated extreme adaptation in early frontier food service. Regular deliveries of fresh ingredients, manufactured food products, specialized kitchen equipment, and standardized dining furnishings became increasingly available even in relatively remote communities, allowing establishments to develop more consistent offerings regardless of local seasonal variations. Professional specialization within the food service industry created further standardization pressures as Western communities developed sufficient population and economic activity to support dedicated restaurants separate from drinking establishments. Early frontier conditions had necessitated multi-purpose operations, combining various functions within limited available spaces. As communities developed, specialized venues emerged, dedicated restaurants focusing primarily on dining, cafes serving lighter fare, family-oriented eating establishments explicitly separated from alcohol service, and more refined hotel dining rooms catering to travelers and local elites. This specialization created competitive pressure on traditional saloons to either develop more sophisticated food service comparable to dedicated restaurants or abandon food offerings beyond minimal provisions. Many establishments responded by effectively dividing their operations into distinct sections with different focuses, maintaining traditional bar service in designated areas while developing more restaurant-like dining spaces with enhanced amenities, expanded menus, and service standards comparable to dedicated eating establishments. This bifurcation created transitional forms bridging frontier saloon traditions and emerging restaurant patterns. Technological developments accelerated this transition through new equipment, improving food storage, preparation, and service capabilities. Refrigeration technologies, initially natural ice storage and later mechanical cooling systems, extended ingredient freshness and expanded menu possibilities beyond items requiring minimal preservation. Improved cooking equipment, including temperature-controlled ovens, better ventilation systems, and more specialized preparation tools allowed for more consistent production and greater menu diversity than possible with rudimentary frontier kitchen arrangements. Menu standardization gradually emerged through several converging influences, including published cookbooks establishing consistent preparation guidelines, culinary training becoming more formalized and widely available, and commercial food manufacturing creating consistent products available across different regions. These standardizing influences gradually reduced the extreme regional variations characteristic of early frontier operations, creating more recognizable national patterns while maintaining certain distinctive regional specialties that had achieved broader recognition. Professional identity among food service workers evolved significantly during this transitional period, contributing to standardization through changing expectations regarding preparation methods and service standards. The relatively informal approaches of early frontier operations, where individuals might transition from other occupations into food service roles with minimal specific training, gradually gave way to more specialized professional identities. Cooks, servers, and management personnel increasingly identified with specific occupational categories with associated skill expectations and professional standards. Culinary education, though still primarily occurring through apprenticeship rather than formal schooling during this period, became more standardized through published training materials, professional organizations establishing guidelines, and increased movement of trained personnel between different establishments and regions. These developments created greater consistency in preparation methods, presentation standards, and service expectations across operations that had previously maintained highly individualized approaches based on proprietor preferences and local traditions. Consumer expectations similarly evolved throughout this transitional period, gradually shifting from the primarily practical orientation characteristic of frontier conditions toward greater emphasis on dining as recreational experience, rather than mere sustenance activity. As Western communities stabilized and economic conditions improved for substantial population segments, customer demands expanded beyond basic nutrition to encompass ambiance considerations, service expectations, and dining as social performance, rather than simple biological necessity. These evolving consumer expectations created market pressures for establishments to develop enhanced dining environments even when maintaining connections to traditional saloon operations. Improved furnishings, better tableware, more elaborate presentation standards, and expanded menu options represented competitive necessities in communities where customers increasingly selected dining venues based on quality considerations, rather than mere convenience or basic fulfillment of hunger requirements. Corporate consolidation within the hospitality industry created additional standardization pressures during this transitional period. Hotel chains developing standardized operations across multiple Western locations established consistent dining operations that influenced independent establishments through competitive pressure. Fred Harvey's restaurant operations along the Santa Fe Railroad lines particularly exemplified this development, creating remarkably consistent dining experiences across different Western locations through standardized menus, service protocols, and physical environments. These corporate operations introduced systems-based approaches contrasting sharply with the individualistic operations characteristic of frontier establishments. Standardized recipes with precise measurements, consistent training programs for staff, uniform presentation requirements, and centralized supply arrangements created dining experiences largely independent of specific locations or personnel. This systems orientation gradually influenced even independent operations through competitive necessity and changing customer expectations shaped by exposure to these standardized experiences. Demographic changes within Western communities fundamentally altered the customer base for dining establishments during this transitional period. The predominantly male populations characteristic of early settlement gradually balanced through increased family migration and community stabilization. This demographic evolution created market demand for dining environments accommodating different customer segments, families with children, women in various social contexts, elderly patrons with specific needs, beyond the working-age male customers who had dominated early frontier establishments. These demographic shifts directly influenced physical arrangements, service patterns, and menu options as establishments adapted to serve more diverse customer bases. Family sections with appropriate furnishings and service timing accommodating children's needs, competitive necessities in communities with substantial family populations. Ladies' dining rooms expanded beyond token accommodations to represent significant revenue centers as female patronage increased. These adaptations reflected changing community composition rather than merely evolving preferences among consistent customer segments. Legal and regulatory developments significantly influenced this transitional period, gradually imposing standardization. Through government intervention previously absent from frontier operations, local health regulations, though still rudimentary by modern standards, began establishing basic sanitation requirements affecting kitchen design, food handling procedures, and storage methods. Building codes increasingly addressed ventilation, fire safety, and structural considerations specifically relevant to food service operations. Labor regulations gradually affected staffing patterns, working conditions, and employment relationships within these establishments. The temperance movement and eventually prohibition represented particularly significant regulatory interventions, directly affecting traditional saloon dining operations. Increasing restrictions on alcohol service throughout the latter decades of the 19th century, limited hours, Sunday closures, local option laws creating dry territories, forced many establishments to develop food service as larger revenue components than previously necessary. These adaptations often accelerated transitions toward restaurant-like operations as alcohol sales became less reliable profit centers due to increasing regulatory constraints. National brand penetration into Western markets further contributed to standardization during this transitional period. Manufactured food products with consistent national advertising, Heinz condiments, National Biscuit Company crackers, Campbell's soups, Quaker Oats cereals, created customer expectations for familiar branded items regardless of location. Establishments increasingly incorporated these nationally recognized products into their offerings, creating menu commonalities across regions that had previously relied primarily on local production, with resulting distinctive regional variations. The standardization of commercial dining spaces through manufactured furnishings, fixtures, and equipment created additional visual consistency during this transitional period. Catalog available restaurant supplies, tables, chairs, serving stations, bar fixtures, commercial cooking equipment replaced locally produced furnishings in many operations. This physical standardization contributed to increasingly familiar dining environments across different locations, despite continuing variation in specific menu offerings or service patterns. Social reform movements focusing specifically on food service created further standardization pressures during this transitional period. Pure food advocates campaigning against adulteration and misrepresentation in commercial food products influenced both regulatory development and consumer expectations regarding ingredient quality and identification. These movements created market preferences for operations demonstrating compliance with emerging standards beyond minimal legal requirements, influencing menu descriptions, ingredient sourcing, and preparation methods throughout the industry. Despite these various standardizing influences, regional distinctions established during frontier development maintained significant persistence throughout this transitional period and beyond. Certain preparations and service patterns had become sufficiently identified with specific Western regions to resist complete standardization, instead evolving into recognized regional specialties within increasingly standardized general operations. These persistent regional elements represented cultural heritage value, transcending their original practical necessity, maintained through deliberate preservation rather than continuing isolation from national patterns. California's produce-focused culinary approach, developed during early gold rush adaptations to local agricultural abundance, maintained distinctive regional character even as establishments incorporated standardized national elements. The Mexican-influenced preparations of Southwest territories similarly resisted complete homogenization, eventually developing into recognized regional cuisine within broader American food culture. The distinctive beef preparations of cattle territories established enduring regional identity, transcending their original context within frontier saloon offerings. The legacy of Western Saloon dining extended far beyond these specific regional specialties to influence fundamental aspects of American commercial food service even after frontier conditions concluded. The architectural arrangements developed in these operations, open dining rooms rather than European-style private compartments, visible food preparation areas, long counter seating alongside table service, established patterns that would continue, characterizing American restaurant design throughout the 20th century and beyond. Service timing, flexibility, developed through practical necessity in frontier operations, accommodating irregular work schedules and diverse community needs. Similarly, established enduring patterns distinguishing American dining from more rigidly scheduled European traditions. The availability of breakfast items throughout the day, substantial late-night dining options, and generally more adaptable service timing than European counterparts all represented continuing legacies of flexible frontier approaches that prioritized customer accommodation over rigid service structures. Portion sizing expectations established during frontier periods, when physical labor created genuine requirements for substantial caloric intake, similarly persisted long after the actual conditions necessitating such quantities had evolved. The characteristically large servings that became associated with American restaurant dining represented direct continuation of patterns established in Western saloons, serving populations engaged in physically demanding activities requiring significant energy replacement through regular meals. The emphasis on protein-centered meals with meat as central feature rather than garnish or flavoring element similarly established enduring American dining patterns distinct from many European traditions. The abundant animal protein available throughout Western territories, particularly in cattle regions, created dining expectations that persisted into modern American restaurant traditions, despite changing nutritional understanding and economic conditions affecting meat availability and pricing. The integration of diverse cultural influences into pragmatic new combinations, characteristic of frontier adaptation to multicultural settlement patterns, established continuing American culinary willingness to borrow, adapt, and recombine elements from different traditions. This openness to fusion and adaptation developed through practical necessity in Western operations serving diverse populations with limited ingredient availability, created enduring patterns of culinary innovation, distinguishing American food traditions from more preservation-oriented European approaches. The social functions established through Western saloon dining similarly created enduring legacies within American food culture. The use of commercial dining spaces as community gathering points, information exchange venues, business meeting, locations and general public spheres represented patterns that continued characterizing American restaurant usage long after the specific frontier conditions that necessitated such multi-purpose utilization had evolved into more specialized community structures. The democratic accessibility of commercial dining, with establishments typically accommodating multiple economic classes through varied service options rather than restricting access to particular social segments, similarly established enduring American patterns distinct from more class-segregated European traditions. While clear status differentiation occurred within these operations through seating arrangements, menu pricing, and service variations, the fundamental accessibility of basic dining options to working-class customers represented important traditions, maintained throughout subsequent American restaurant development. Even the physical transition from saloon dining to early 20th century restaurant arrangements maintained significant continuity alongside obvious changes. Many establishments effectively evolved in place, gradually modifying their operations and physical facilities to accommodate changing expectations while maintaining historical continuity through location, name recognition, and certain signature offerings. This evolutionary process created transitional forms bridging frontier saloon traditions and modern restaurant operations rather than representing complete replacement of earlier patterns with entirely new institutions. For you as contemporary, Observer of these historical developments, understanding the transitional process between frontier saloon dining and early 20th century restaurant patterns provides valuable perspective on both American culinary evolution and broader community development throughout Western territories. Rather than separate, discrete historical periods, this transition represented continuous adaptation to changing conditions while maintaining significant elements of earlier patterns through both practical utility and cultural heritage value, transcending necessity. The legacy of Western saloon dining continues influencing American food culture in the present day, with regional specialties, architectural patterns, service approaches, and social functions all maintaining connections to these historical foundations, from California fusion cuisine to Southwestern specialties, Texas barbecue to steakhouse traditions. The culinary heritage established during frontier settlement continues shaping American dining identity through contemporary restaurant operations, cookbooks, food media, and home cooking traditions that maintain both practical and symbolic connections to these historical origins. This enduring influence reminds us that food service institutions represent far more than mere sustenance provision. They create essential social environments where communities establish and maintain identity, integrate diverse populations, conduct necessary business and information exchange, celebrate significant occasions, and generally build the interconnections necessary for functional social structures. The Western Saloon, through its food service operations, provided these essential functions during critical community formation periods, establishing patterns that would continue influencing American social development long after the specific frontier conditions necessitating their original forms had evolved into more complex modern arrangements.